Kambosos just fought the fight of his life.
We all get knocked down at some point. This has been no easy journey. No one gave us nothing. I'm a gladiator. Many decide to stay down, but it's that rare person that gets up and says, no, this is not how this story will end.
From the FireLake Casino and Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma. It is top-ranked fight night, and we have a great four-fight broadcast coming to you this evening, getting started with a pair of heavyweights. Oklahoma's own Jeremiah Milton, undefeated, taking on Willie Harvey. Then in a scheduled 10-round welterweight bout, San Diego, California's Giovanni Santillan taking on Eric Bonet. And then in our two lightweight contests, Keyshawn Davis taking on Francesco Patera, and our main event, the IBF lightweight title eliminator, George Kambosos Jr. versus Maxi Hughes. There's a look at the beautiful green pastures out here in Oklahoma. I'm Christina Poncher, pleased to be joined by two of the finest gentlemen that I've worked with, two of Long Island's very own, both former world champions, Chris Algieri and Jamel Herring, on the broadcast tonight. We're happy to be here with you wherever in the world that you are watching. And before we get to those four fights that I just mentioned to you on that title card, we're going to give you a little bit of bonus coverage now, some live action in the ring here at FireLake Arena. Troy Isley taking on Antonio Todd. Quick look here at the tail of the tape. 5 years younger is Troy Isley, obviously undefeated at 9-0 with 4 KOs, but a significant reach disadvantage for the American 2020 Olympian in this fight against Antonio Todd. Both are in the ring now. We're going to pick it up in round 6. We're going to wait till the end of this round as we're at the 10-second bell. But Chris, you and I and Jamel have been sitting here watching the first couple rounds of this fight. Fairly good start for Troy Isley.
Yeah, he's putting in a very workmanlike performance against a very workmanlike pro in Antonio Todd. I've called Todd a few times in undercards. He's a tough guy. He's a good athlete, comes from football. He's a learning on the job type fighter, but really it's been all Isley all night long. He's just got a different level of pedigree.
Jamel, you and I have had the pleasure of calling quite a few of Troy Isley's fights. You know, him under the tutelage of Al Mitchell,
yes.
Kay Karoma, only 9-0 as a pro, but growing and improving each and every time we see him out.
Yes, and you know, and they're taking their time with Troy. You know, as we compared him yesterday with a lot of his other Olympian teammates including Keyshawn Davis. You know, Troy Isley's definitely on a different path. You know, they're taking their time. You know, still trying to find his identity. You know, in the pro game, which I respect. But every fight that passes, he gets better and better with each fight.
Yeah, and so have his opponents. Honestly, he's been getting opponents tougher and tougher each time. This will be round 6 where we will pick it up. And for Troy Isley, what he told us yesterday in the fighter meetings was, you know, it was a tough opponent my last outing, but with whom much is expected, and much is given, much is expected, right? So that's what he anticipates in terms of his opponents getting better and better each time out. This being his third scheduled 8-rounder. The last 2 have gone the distance. Actually, the last 3 fights have gone the scheduled distance, but he told us he expects a little bit more fireworks tonight. And although he has not gotten a knockdown in this fight, he's had a couple devastating shots, including an uppercut that's been working for him well.
Yeah, Troy tries to strike me as one of those guys who is going to get better as he progresses as a professional. And when he does have his time, he's going to be ready. He's getting in a lot of rounds now early on. He's not blowing guys out like a lot of guys do early on. He's getting a lot of rounds with quality pros in front of him, like this man right in front of him, Antonio Todd. This is Todd. This is a great experience builder for a guy like Troy Isley. So when he does get that shot, like I said, he'll be ready.
Absolutely, and I agree with you with that one as well, Chris. I mean, Isley is not the biggest puncher, obviously, but he's like what we mentioned yesterday with like Timothy Bradley. He has the frame, he looks the part, but he's more of a worker. But and I also will say that Isley is more of a technician because, like you pointed out, since he goes those rounds, he has more time to perfect and work on his craft as he goes along.
Getting the rounds in is not the worst thing that could happen for these young prospects. I know everybody likes knockouts, but you get a guy at 9-0 and he's only fought 10 rounds or 12 rounds in those fights. You're not going to get the same amount of experience. And although Troy does like knockouts, and he says he's got that, his nickname is Megatron, and that he can turn it in, and he does have that mean streak. And Coach K doubled down on that. He said he's just working on putting it all together.
Well, listen, we all love that, but we gotta perfect the craft first. And Isley seems like he's a work in progress in terms of himself being pro.
Nice hook there lands. And the punch variation that has been on display, and that's a nice counter right hand from Todd.
Yeah, this round so far, I say, Todd has kind of picked it up himself and, basically backed Isley in the corner a few times as we just seen a moment ago.
He's had his moments, Todd, and you can tell he's a tough, smart guy in there. He was able to pull the trigger on that straight right hand and landed really nicely to counter Isley as he came in, but a little bit outgunned in terms of firepower.
22 professional fights for Todd compared to just the 9 professional fights for Troy Isley.
Keep that pressure on with the jab. Come on. That's the distance up, baby. Rip him in there. Work out, guys. Work out.
And you hear Antonio Todd's corner mention the distance and trying to use that significant reach advantage that he has on Troy Isley. Good shot there.
Both guys landed there right before the bell.
Try to listen in here.
Work behind your jab. You're boxing good. Keep the jab, but it's your hook to the left. Just the way he turned. Look at me, son. Hook here and here. You fighting his right hand. Shift here for your hook, body and head. Do it behind the jab. Now you're doing good. Every time we hear him, that's why you gotta stop in that side, because that referee gonna call it sooner or later. And you keep on every time you keep on.
Hey, well, it's controlled aggression. It's not recklessness. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But things are there. Okay. All right.
Anything there stand out to you from either side?
I mean, Coach Al basically said it though. He needs to step over after his punches at times instead of standing right in front of his man. Like right now, he needs to give this and shift over. See, right? He just gave it back. He gave it back to Todd.
Yeah, he stepped back in a straight line.
Sure did, and I think he got hurt by that right hand. Troy smartly holding right now, but Todd, you can tell as Troy holds, he smartly, but that shot definitely caught Troy Isley's attention.
And that was a great point, Champ, saying that he did exactly what he was told not to do with the corner, not staying in front.
And Todd got full leverage, because you know as much as I know, Chris, with those lanky, tall fighters like Tommy Hearns and them back in the day, if you let a lanky fighter get full leverage on those shots and use that reach advantage, it can stun you.
That's a 5-inch reach advantage too. They want their fighter at range. They want him using more of that, creating a little bit of the distance, not smothering the shots.
And Todd was a college wide receiver in football, actually had a scholarship to a pretty decent university. He's a good athlete. He's learning on the job, but he pulled that trigger on that right hand, turned that thing over, and got a little snap on it.
Come on. There you go. Come on.
And you hear Todd's corner saying too close, meaning they want him to keep that distance and range. They want to keep Isley at the end of that stick.
Come on.
That's one of the main things I see from young fighters. They don't understand how long they are. And they let fighters get way too close to them. They cross that critical distance line where their opponent can hit them, but they could have already hit their guy. Todd, having that reach advantage, has not been utilizing that length.
Let's go. Under.
And I usually in that move would see Troy let that right hand go, and he kind of has slowed down his punch output tremendously versus the first 5 rounds we saw before we got on air.
I mean, you never know, though, in terms of being a fighter. He could be possibly still recovering, you know, and just playing, you know, just putting on a poker face on right now and still trying to get his head cleared and back together.
Also, if you look at the hand position of Todd, he's got that defensive shell stance with that lead hand down. He's really looking for that counter right hand, which is the shot that he caught Isley with earlier in the round. There it is again.
Yeah. And also with that shell defense, he's kind of like, you know, shielding his body from Isley's, you know, body check, because that's where Troy needs to be. And honestly, he needs to work his way on the inside and break the taller, bigger man down.
You mentioned Chance that he has the body type like a Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley was very good at that, punching the shoulder, punching the arms, punching the elbow, working his way up his taller opponent's body.
Last 2 rounds have been better than the first 5 combined for Antonio Todd. Will it be enough on the scorecards to win him a few of those rounds as we head to the 8th and final round of this middleweight contest?
Don't go away from your jab.
That was certainly the
and
best
your
round of the fight for Todd, but as you said, is it too little too late?
Stay behind your jab.
Yeah, because before we got on the broadcast,
Stay behind your jab. Nice,
you know,
little
Troy
face.
Isley was clearly,
Shift
you know,
to the
having
left
his
for
way,
your
doing whatever he
double
wanted. It seemed like he was just having a showcase, and then he got caught.
Yeah, and then we get on air and we're like, sound like liars over here from what we saw through the first 5 rounds before we got on the air.
You good? All right. Go back behind your jab. Nice little
Back
face.
behind your jab,
And
says
shift
Coach
to the
Howard.
left with your double body and head, okay? Stay the form like you did the first earlier round. All right? Good.
Stay in the form that you fought in the first 4 rounds of the fight.
All right, this is
So you weren't a liar.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Coach Al, for backing us up here in what we said to our viewers. All right, the 8th and final round. It starts off with a strong left hand from Troy Isley.
I mean, Coach Al wanted the jab, and Isley comes out with a good take.
The lead hand, nonetheless.
You can see Todd has a little more confidence in his step after that last round. It's like, all right, I can get to this guy. I can affect him. But again, it's the last round. Not a lot of time left. And on my scorecard, he's going to need a knockout to win.
Agree. It seems like right now he needs to be honest. He needs to be picking it up. Right now he's just trying to, you know, he's trying to box, which is cool and all, but he needs to be, you know, getting active and definitely looking for that big shot again.
I had said that at the top that I called some of Todd's fights before, and I've seen this routine. He starts late, he finds himself a little too late, runs out of time, and ends up losing a wide unanimous decision where he was actually much more competitive than the scorecard show.
But on the flip side, you know, Christina, if you really look at how this fight has played out, even going to the last round, this is the reason why they want to, you know, be patient in moving Isley. Instead of moving him too fast, he needs these type of fights to learn and grow.
Absolutely. And we're seeing that. We're seeing Isley. He's trying a lot of things. Every time I watch him fight, I see new folds to his game. And that's really what you want to see with a young guy, especially one who's getting rounds in the way that Troy is.
Yeah, just because right now the trajectory of a lot of the top-ranked prospects are looking pretty high and pretty quick. It doesn't mean that's the best path for each one, nor would they not end up in the same place at the end of it all. It's just there's no straight line, and you got guys that maybe make that transition from the amateur to pros a little bit quicker. Their styles are just a little bit more suited for the pros than others. But for Troy Isley still, I mean, he's had a very solid performance here. He's got a minute left in what, on a lot of our scorecards, would be a unanimous decision victory.
Minute left.
This with the left hand from Isley.
Got a third shot. Right there, Todd.
And you watch carefully, you know, Todd is definitely looking for that right uppercut. He missed it and got hit right there, but
Got 2 right hands from Isley.
See, Todd has just been letting Isley unload with shot after shot.
Yeah.
Even the ones that weren't landing, there were opportunities for him to pull the trigger, and he just did not do it.
And he's shaking his head like, no, it is not bothered, but it looks good for the judges. That's all that matters.
Yeah, he's throwing punches when you're not.
Oh, right hand catches Isley. 10 seconds to go.
So a little buckle in the knees there.
Oh, and then he answers with the right hand. And a little parting shot from them both.
See what I mean about Todd? He starts too late. I've seen that in other fights too.
Yeah, he definitely has the right mindset. He just started it way too late. I mean, and then you've seen it. From the time we got on air, he hurt Isley twice.
Yeah. Meanwhile, prior to that, he didn't land much at all.
Nothing.
Crowd nonetheless giving an ovation to Antonio Todd, who makes his way around the ring as they take the gloves off of Troy Isley, and the judges tally up the scorecards in this 8-round contest. That went the distance. Still to come, heavyweight action. Jeremiah Milton, undefeated, 9-0 with 6 KOs, taking on Willie Harvey, who's 4-2-2. Later on in the night, Giovanni Santillan taking on Eric Bonet, and then a pair of lightweight contests. Keyshawn Davis, a close friend who was sitting here ringside watching his friend and Olympic teammate Troy Isley, and then George Kambosos taking on Maxi Hughes in our main event for the IBF lightweight title eliminator later this evening. Mark Chinook, our ring announcer tonight. The lovely Top Rank Knockouts making their way into the ring. He's got our decision, and as soon as he's ready to go, we will make this one official. And Antonio Todd makes his way over to Tim Bradley, who was on the U.S. air on ESPN Plus, asking for his opinion and asking what he thinks. So still looking for feedback. Now he's asking Chris and Jamel, my partners here, what they think and who they thought won the fight. I think he thinks that he won the fight, but my partners both said he just started a little bit too late. Had to keep it real with the young fighter.
He had a great closing 2 rounds, but prior to that, just wasn't enough work being done from Todd.
And you're going to look at Troy Isley there, who doesn't seem so sure, doesn't seem so certain, or maybe just not
I might just be disappointed.
happy about his performance.
I think more disappointment than worry, but
not a worry, but just not. I don't think that he's confident in the product that he put out tonight.
Remember, he always said he's his hardest critic.
Good way to be.
After 8 rounds here inside FireLake Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mike Bauer, Joseph Mason, and Gary Ritter all scored the bout 79-73. For your winner by unanimous decision, Troy the Transformer Isley.
So perhaps just that round 7, 6 or 7 to Antonio Todd, but Troy Isley improves now to 10-0 as a professional with 4 KOs and a slight smirk, but you guys called it. I don't think he's happy with his.
And it's crazy because he only lost a round on all 3
scorecards.
on scorecards, and he's just his hardest critic. But I can understand.
Yeah, but Jamel, you've been there too. I know I've been there. You have a fight where you're supposed to do one thing and it doesn't go the way you would expect it.
Exactly.
You leave the fight or leave the ring not smiling the way that you probably should.
Here's a look at FireLake Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma, about 45 minutes outside of Oklahoma City in Middle America. Lots of great action still to come. Take a look at the schedule on deck for the rest of the evening. Jeremiah Milton taking on Willie Harvey, Giovanni Santillan and Eric Boone scheduled for 10 rounds in the welterweight division, and then a pair of lightweight contests. Undefeated Keyshawn Davis taking on Francesco Patera, and in our main event, George Kambosos Jr. looking to get back in the win column tonight against the UK's own Maxi Hughes. And it's already been a great 2023 in the year of boxing. Let's take a look at some of the great highlights from the first half of the year.
This fight is going to be fun. It's going to be explosive. Oh, God, straight bombs. Both fighters with their heart on their sleeve. Archer better be in. Does it again.
Let's see what version of Navarrete we will get.
Wilson scores the shocking knockdown here in round 4. Oh, we got a great one tonight, folks. Navarrete is a 3-division world champ.
Highly skilled competitors, champions meeting up in a unification bout.
She has everything. What doesn't she have?
World-class stuff from Superbad.
These are talented fighters.
The war breaks out in round 4, and a knockdown is scored. Robesi Ramirez is the new WBO featherweight world champion. Tremendous defensive fighter. Now his lightweight debut. There's a knockdown score with the left hand. So sharp tonight.
Beautiful work right here by Shakur Stevenson, the phenom.
It is buzzing in here for Haney Loma. Here we go from Undisputed. This is high-level stuff between these two elite fighters. High drama all night long. Devin Haney is 30-0 by defeating Vasily Lomachenko in a classic. Here we go for the world title. Taylor and Lopez. Oh, and a big shot comes in. That lunging shot. Vintage Teofimo. Oh, and the headshot combination sends Taylor back against the ropes. It's been all Teofimo here at MSG. The takeover. He's back. He's on top of the world again.
What a fantastic performance that night from Teofimo Lopez. And it's been a great first half of the year, and there's some excellent fights on the schedule for the second half of this year. Very, very excited about. But up next, a heavyweight contest between Jeremiah Milton and Willie Harvey. Jeremiah Milton looking for his 10th professional victory and remaining undefeated. But here's a little bit more from Jeremiah Milton on bullying.
As a kid, I was bullied all the way through high school. Right before turning professional, as an amateur boxer, I was also a school teacher. My message to bullying is that it's hurtful. When you bully somebody, it can have long-lasting effects, even into adulthood. So speaking as a person who wasn't always the biggest, didn't always have decent things to wear, it's a very personal issue of mine. We went out to a couple different high schools to talk to the kids and just let them know that when you're in a leadership position, whether you like it or not, you do have a platform, you do have a voice. What you say matters. You can really change somebody's life by just being kind to them.
6.5 for Willie Lump Harvey.
A look from the weigh-in yesterday. That was Willie Harvey. That is Jeremiah Milton.
255.3.
You can see the height difference right out the gate when you look at them from the weigh-in. And here's a look at the tail of the tape, Chris.
We got big men in there. We got Will Harvey, 38 years old, only 29 for Jeremiah Milton. 6'4" for Milton, 5'11" for Willie Harvey, which is pretty short for a 300-pound man. And a 40-pound weight advantage for Harvey as well, who's nicknamed Lump Lump.
Out of the blue corner. He weighed in at
one of my favorite nicknames I think I've ever heard.
6.5 pounds. Wearing yellow trunks with black trim. His record, 4 victories with 2 defeats and 2 draws. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Charlotte, North Carolina, Willie Lump Harvey. Introducing out of the red corner, presented in association with Holden Productions. He weighed in at 255.3 pounds, wearing white trunks with red and black trim. His record, perfect. 9 fights, 9 victories. 6 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, but from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Jeremiah Greenland Milton!
Gentlemen, you had your instructions. You know what I expect. A good, clean fight. Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Mark Nelson, the third man into the ring tonight. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring here with you from Shawnee, Oklahoma. Willie Lump Harvey.
Man, I love that nickname.
It's like I'm going to lump you. You're going to get up a lumps when you fight me on your face.
Hey, and he might, because let's be honest, Christina, you and I called Jeremiah's last fight, and even though he is undefeated, he didn't show much of to make him stand out amongst the other big heavyweights on the top ring roster.
That's for sure. He got an opportunity in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in his own backyard, and albeit against a last-minute opponent who was tough and durable in Fabiano Maldonado, it was an underwhelming performance. But telling us this week, good right hand lands there on Harvey. That the fight didn't go how he expected. He was under the weather in that performance. Doesn't want to make any excuses, though. Said we should see a much more active Milton tonight as he gets caught with another hand from Harvey.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. It looks like Lump's got that thump in that left hand.
We knew that was coming. I think we just double up everything we say.
That's all with your job, baby.
Jab to the body, back up top for Milton.
I like though how Harvey just in there cool, calm, and collective in there. Like he just took a little stroll around the ring. He counter shot. He got hit at the same time. But like I say, he's definitely on point, and he's keeping his eye on the prize here.
He's got decent timing. He knows how to fight a taller man. He's coming with the overhand rights. He's slipping in with the left hooks. He definitely knows his way around the ring.
I mean, perhaps because he is the son of former middleweight contender William Bo James, who retired back in 2001 with a record of 22-11-2, 11 knockouts. So growing up in the gym, father was a pro.
It's a legitimate professional record.
Boxing's in his blood.
I like Milton. He's coming with the overhand, using that length with the right hand over the top. And also, he's not forgetting about the body, too. Even though he's got a man in front of him with that big belly, you still want to target that.
He's got to be careful when he lets that right hand go, because he's getting caught with some nice counters with the left hand from Harvey.
There's that right hand over the top.
And that's because he's punching downward, and he's not bringing his his hands back to guard. So when he leaves it out there, Harvey just quickly throws an overhand right over it, right over the shoulder.
My right hand is right there,
Good jab from Harvey. From Milton. Another one.
Pawing a little bit, though, right at the times with it. Almost just trying to break down that guard of Harvey. See that lead? That was kind of like little pawing shot.
And I'm pretty sure you both can see under the right eye of Harvey, there's a little lump developing there.
Pun intended. As he lands a right hand. Now action starting to heat up at the 10-second bell of round 1.
5 seconds.
Let's just boom, baby. Let's just boom.
Sit down.
Look at the corner of Jeremiah Milton.
Deep breath. There you go, deep breath. Look, this right here, what I want you to do. Keep working the jab, but you got to be slick when you put the punches in. When you went to his body, you came up and hit him, you hurt him.
Just do it at the top. You can let the back hang down.
Man.
Nah, take it out here.
I got you.
Little hair restyling going on as well.
Well, stop leaning into his right hand,
It doesn't get any worse than when the Paulie Malachi had to redo his hair in the corner back in the day. So
undo.
Yeah.
Love more undo,
We've seen haircuts in the corner.
Literally, yeah. They cut the braids out of his head.
Wig snatched off.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's not forget.
Yep.
We still love you, friend Sean.
Okay, she still did her thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Sometimes the hair gets up too tight. It gives you a headache up in there. All right, round 2 scheduled for 8.
Now, something I've noticed about Milton, he's following Harvey. He's not cutting off the ring at all. He's allowing an escape route to his left at all times. Notice he keeps moving to his left, also moving into the overhand right of Harvey.
That's definitely a great assessment. Right there.
It is.
Right there. Right over here.
Harvey trying to shoot up with that jab.
And another thing, Milton at times, you know, he'll wait. He'll sit there and just watch Harvey, and then Harvey just, like, for his side, he has the fast hands. He has a little hand speed, too, so you can't just stay and wait. Yeah, you want to, right there, what he needs to be doing, keeping the distance, keeping him busy and occupied. But also, like Chris was saying, you gotta turn. Don't just stand in front of him, because you're giving him a certain target.
You can't let looks deceive you with Harvey. He knows how to scrap. He's very, very smooth. You mentioned last round how comfortable and calm he is in there. He's got quick hands. He knows when to throw. There it is again.
He changes speeds and levels.
He almost like looks it off too for a second.
Get out of there on your own.
The shot.
He'll give you like a look like he's being lazy in it. Then he'll just shoot out with something with a quick combination.
Jeremiah Milton has sparred with some of the very top heavyweights in the game. AJ Anthony Joshua most recently spent some time down there with Derek James as he lands a couple nice left hands. He's sparred Charles Martin in the past. He has sparred Daniel Dubois, Joe Joyce, Frank Sanchez, Luis Ortiz. So he's mixing up with the headgear with the best of them.
That's a who's who of sparring partners.
And that's the thing, though. Are you a sparring partner, or did you learn from sparring with those great names?
Great point. Great point. You get that sparring partner mentality. You cannot bring it out of the gym into the ring.
And it looks like almost a clash of heads there.
And
I think it did, because that looks like it's kind of messed with Harvey's vision there for a second when they came together.
Yeah, the corner of Milton was asking for the jab, get behind the stick, jab, jab, jab. He's not really doing that. He's walking right in the front door of Harvey, right in his range.
Well, and even when he is posturing with the jab, why not throw it?
Yeah, he just kind of just pawing it.
That's it. See,
nothing behind it.
Big right there.
Hand came counter left hand as well. Oh, there's a left hand again, and then Harvey, don't turn your back. As the referee reiterates Mark Nelson.
Stop! Don't punch! Don't punch! Step back, guys. Time.
A little bit of a messy end to that round, round two.
I think just watching the posture of Harvey, Milton, like you pointed out earlier, he needs to go back to the body. He needs to go back to the body and then work his way back to the head.
We saw Harvey as he walked back to the corner after that round. He looks like he's gassing.
Exactly. I need the body work to make all that other shit work. You got to go to that body. Once you go to the body, everything else is going to perform. You know what I'm saying? But you got to give me them body shots, okay? You're slowing down, but you got to make him slow down with the body shots, okay?
You got to make him slow down.
Like you said, go to the body. He's slowing down, but you got to make him slow down.
Exactly.
Well, and you said earlier as well, Chris, he's not really cutting off the ring. He's just following him.
He's allowing
around.
an escape route.
All right, round three scheduled for 8. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring here with you.
See, even seeing right there, just in a small instance, Harvey he's not squaring up. He's squaring up, so everything, you know, there's the uppercut that's there, there's the body, both sides of the body is there. Milton just has to see it himself and believe.
Yeah, you can see that the conditioning of Lump starting to collapse. Falling forward a lot. Waiting in. Not as explosive on his combinations anymore.
Yeah, he's gassing.
He's just waiting. Milton's not taking advantage. There you see, there wasn't the explosion on those shots like the last 2 rounds.
And you can tell when the fatigue factor sets in, everything just kind of looks sloppy in terms of technique as well. He just kind of just like going with emotions now. It's not so much of that speed or snap or combinations that he was throwing earlier in the first 2 rounds.
Milton again trying to establish that jab.
He needs to put a stick to the body, just how Harvey just did to Milton. You gotta start, invest into that body like your corner asks you to.
There you go. Sit down on it.
2 upstairs, left hook to the body. It's all night.
Nice left hook lands for Milton. Backs up Harvey down to the body with the right hand. Harvey looks counter with the left.
Right to Don't punch, step back.
Milton listening to his corner there, put a good right hand and a left hook to the body.
That was a good one.
Of Lump Lump.
Hands free. Puncher, get out.
Harvey's body language not the same here in round 3.
Don't punch, step back.
Long way to go in this 8-rounder.
Yeah.
Go to the body, you tired.
There it is.
There's
Nice stick.
the stab jab to the body, back upstairs with that lead left hand. Harvey looking to counter with the right, a little more holding once again.
Listen, when Harvey when he falls in, like I said again, the uppercut, everything up the middle is right there because he's leaning over that front foot every time he throws a punch and falls right in to the arms of Milton.
Don't hold. Keep your head up.
Milton needs to pull out a little vintage George Foreman with the heart punch. He did a hard jab just below the heart on that left side of him through the right hand over the top.
Puncher, get out.
And just like Big George, that walking uppercut is there as well because, like I said, Harvey's trying to get when he leans over like that, is always there.
Yeah, body language is not good for Harvey. Doesn't really look like he wants to be in there too much longer.
Don't punch, I got you. Step back.
That's a good point, Chef. I've not seen a single uppercut from Milton yet.
Nah, and it's been there.
Especially against a shorter fighter.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's leaning over because he's tired.
Into the job, earth is the name, the bullet is the chain, put on for a watch, pressing play James, yeah, eating chain, rest in peace, I'm superior, every man is with the beat of village in Liberia, TMZ taking pictures cause I'm in hysteria, I'ma see me on BT and stop tearing it, I'm not giving niggas if you get that train.
As the guy getting the other guys ready, when they kind of learn to make that turn and to make that transition to like step your game up a little bit more. You're not there to give somebody else work. You're there to show that I've sparred and I've been in there getting work way better than what you've been through. You know, he's 9-0. I gave him that, but he, talking to him in fighter meetings of what he expects from himself and being on the 2020 Olympic team trials, like he's the guy that's supposed to get guys like this out of it without question.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's really what Harvey was brought in here for, to make Milton look good.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah,
you're at home.
Absolutely.
And you're at home.
But to that point, Christina, about that sparring partner mentality, one thing that doesn't lack in a boxing gym is egos. And a lot of times the sparring partner's ego gets beaten out of them, and they don't know how to bring that into the ring, so they think that they're the man come fight night. Hopefully that's not what we're seeing from Milton.
I mean, he looks the part. The trunks are nice. The shoes are nice. The gloves nice.
He knows what he's doing.
He passed the eye test in terms of look. He has the size, the frame.
Sponsors on the trunks, like.
And he got a little follower out here, rooting from him as well.
He's got a little backstory too. There's a lot of upside for Milton. But when it comes down to it, you got to be able to do it in between the ropes.
Good jab, good double jab there from Milton.
When you got a guy like Harvey on his last leg, you got to be able to finish it.
And right now, as we call it, they're just taking pictures. Just standing in front of each other. There's not really much going on. Let's be honest, Harvey was ready to go two rounds ago. You're giving him confidence, with the mindset, believing that he's still in the fight when he should have been long gone.
And that's the last thing you want to do in heavyweight boxing is stick around for longer than you need to. One shot changes a lot of things. And, at 38 years old, Lump Harvey does only 8 professional fights. Lands right hands like that time after time. Jeremiah Milton telling us, I want to get busy. I want to be more active. I want to put my punches together. I want to show him on a different level.
Well, that right hand was in slow motion.
Oh, nice right hand connected there on Harvey's chin.
Yeah, I'm glad you put that overhand was definitely in slow motion.
And he still got hit with it.
Yeah.
With any kind of sustained attack, this fight ends.
Yeah. There's a body shot from Milton.
Well, you see, most of the time it's 2 shots and then stop.
And honestly, the way that Harvey's being broken down is by his own conditioning. It's not by anything really that Milton's doing. He's just getting more and more tired.
That is true.
Because there's been no sustained attack.
That swelling underneath the right eye of Harvey, more and more noticeable. Referee.
Good left hook.
Mark Nelson taking a close look at Harvey as he once again finds himself in trouble in the corner.
Yeah, not a lot of time left though.
Looks to land the haymaker with the right hand, does Harvey, and Milton goes to the body with the left.
Smart move. Nothing like sending your man back to the corner with a good body shot. Think about that for the next minute.
I really can't stand them when fighters wait the last 15, 20 seconds to really start turning it up. Like, just get them out of there. You had them. Now you let them recover for a while.
Or it's like even asking the guys to pick up their activity level in the final round of the fight. They're like, what's going on?
Oh, we saw that in Todd we caught it in the end of the last fight.
You're like, where was that?
I don't want to see you get hurt.
And I think the referee's telling him to show me something now.
Chief second, let's just let him fight another day, okay? Let's stop the fight. Okay? I'm gonna let you stop the fight. I'm gonna let you fight another day.
I think they're stopping it.
Sounds good, my friend.
Oh, right now he's stopping it. And the referee has decided to call a halt to this fight and stop Harvey from any further punishment at this point.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
And Jeremiah Milton
nothing to be ashamed
gets
of.
the victory.
And I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that because it was one of those things that we had just discussed earlier on the way here, how a fighter is basically in the hospital from the corner not doing their job in terms of protecting their fighter. So I'm glad the referee, even though he wasn't getting beat on, but referee seeing that there was no point of him continuing that fight from taking more punishment than when he was already taking.
Yeah, this wasn't going to get any better.
Right.
And actually not a lot of protests from the Harvey corner at all either.
No, not at all.
Like was okay. All right. Got the shades on already. He's got the glasses back on.
I'm still cool with it.
Nah, Lump's definitely cool.
Jeremiah Milton giving some love to his home state fans here as we take a look at the conversation from Mark Nelson.
Yeah, no real complaint from anyone there.
No.
The stoppage didn't make sense. I mean, it was Milton was starting to pour it on at the end of that round, and like we said, it was not going to get any better in the next few rounds.
Now, on the other hand, though, in terms of Milton, he has a lot of homework to do. A lot of homework, because let's be honest, when you're with top rank, they can only feed you but so much baby food before it's time. Listen, man, we got to step you up. Once you hit
solids.
Once you hit that 10 fight period mark or whatever, it's time to step it up.
There's a lot of salad dressing on this salad.
Inside the FireLake Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma, referee Mark Nelson and the blue corner come together to halt this bout at the conclusion of the fourth round, declaring your winner by technical knockout, Jeremiah Dreamland Milton.
As I mentioned, now 10-0 as a pro. Lucky number 10, 7 KOs as the referee stopped this fight at the end of round 4. Let's take another look at the end of the fight. He did get hit with a body shot in that corner before making his way back.
I don't want to see you get hurt.
Talk to me, man.
Chief second, let's just let him fight another day, okay? Let's stop the fight. Okay? I'm gonna stop the fight. I'm gonna let you fight another day, okay? Sounds good, my friend. Let's go.
Good stuff. Yeah, no argument.
I mean, in the corner, his chief second even looked at him and said, talk to me, man. Like, if you want to, no protest from either side. So it's nice to see a referee, do the right thing and look out for the fighter, whether he fights another day or not. That now at least it's on his own accord. The fighters pose for a picture together, and we get ready for a welterweight contest coming up next. Giovanni Santillan taking on Eric Bonet. And in our main event, that man right there, George Kambosos Jr., looking to get back into the win column. Still ranked in the top 10 by most of the major sanctioning bodies after coming off 2 straight losses to Devin Haney, in which he was the world lightweight champion, unified world lightweight champion. And cool, calm, very confident talking to him this week. Feels that, this is just a little step back for a major comeback, but this man right here has other plans. Maxi Hughes, who is riding a career-high 7-fight win streak, who has had this resurgence in this kind of second chapter of his career, and is uber confident that in his U.S. debut tonight, he can be victorious. So confident, in fact, he postured for this fight. He politicked for this fight.
He DM'd Ludabella for this fight.
He said, give me George Kambosos.
I like that. Taking the career in your own hands. Love when a fighter does that.
And not to mention, he's got some confidence being a southpaw, because George Kambosos hasn't fought a southpaw in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Max Hughes has looked confident all week long. Just the air about him. You even see him here. He's relaxed. He's cool. He's calm. He's ready to go. He knows what this means, and he's prepared for it.
Oh. We're going to treat you guys to some more looks from our heavyweight contest that we just watched. And Jeremiah Milton, I mean, he's, like you said, he's got some work to do. Got the victory tonight, landed the harder shots, was the cleaner puncher, but still nothing that made us feel like he put anyone else in the contender status in the heavyweight division on notice.
And I agree with you on that one. Like I say, great backstory, looks the part, but definitely has a lot of work to, honestly, an uphill battle, especially with this division. The division is so packed with just a lot of American talent. We're not even talking about the European talent. So he has to, definitely get the ball rolling. And not to mention, he's 29 years old, so you got to pick it up.
I do want to mention an upset alert that we had in the first fight. Speaking of American heavyweights, Stephen Shaw was upset by Joe Goodall in the opening fight on our card tonight. Was stopped after being knocked down twice. Suffers his second career loss in a row. Last loss was to F.A. Ajagba, and Joe Goodall improves now to 10-1-1 with 9 KOs. And coming up on Top Rank's schedule through the next few months, and a stacked schedule it is, of course, the fight everybody's talking about before the other fight everybody's talking about. Stephen Fulton taking on Naoya Inoue. That fight going down on an early Tuesday morning from Tokyo, Japan. And then Sinisa Estrada back in the ring on the Friday night in Las Vegas. Emmanuel Navarrete taking on Oscar Valdez in the desert on August 12th. Cannot wait for that fight. Should be fireworks. And then Artur Beterbiev is back. He's not fighting Joe Smith Jr. In fact, he's fighting Callum Smith in Quebec City, Canada. He has fought Joe Smith Jr. though in the past, and we haven't seen Joe since. Then Jared Anderson right back at it in the ring in August. And then Venado Lopez, what a great story he's been. Goes over there, beats Mick Conlan, wins the world title, and now defending it in the U.S. for the first time against Joette Gonzalez from Corpus Christi.
Man. Joette, I tell you,
great schedule, right?
And Joette has fought everybody.
The only tough fight.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, and getting another world title shot.
Yeah. Right. But they haven't come easy. Even the eliminators haven't been easy for Joette.
Nope. So that's a look at the top ranked schedule for the next couple of months. But coming up next on our schedule tonight, Giovanni Santillan taking on Eric Bonet. Bonet, a fighter that you're quite familiar with.
Yeah,
Chris Algieri.
Him and I shared the ring about 8 years ago. We fought on a card in Brooklyn, New York at the Barclays Center.
Yep.
All right, Giovanni Santillan, you see it right there, 30-0 at this point in his career in a tough welterweight division. Let's take a listen from him on what he sees for his future.
Santillan put on a sensational performance. He got my attention. He's a threat in the welterweight division.
Yeah, with the Terrence Crawford and Spence fight, happening next week. I think a lot of changes are going to be happening in the welterweight division. I think a lot of doors are going to open up and more opportunity for me to step in.
Your winner,
There's a lot of guys, a lot of names. There's Alexis Rocha, that would be an easy fight to make. We're both Southern California fighters. There's Ennis Boots, I know he's a good fighter. Santillan, he's another world champion. Tonight I'm planning on making a statement and showing that at 147 pounds, there's another contender there waiting for a shot.
We had a great conversation with him, Jamel, in the fighter meetings.
Yeah.
And he's this guy that, like, we believe has good skills, but he's just completely flown under the radar in their welterweight division.
Yeah, too passive, and like we all urge them at the table. Like, listen, man, you got to start making noise, being more vocal. You have the talent, you have the skill, but in a heavily packed division, you got to be vocal out there.
And there's a bunch of good fights for him out there. You're looking at guys like Cody Crowley, Alexis Rocha, Rashidi Ellis. I can see him with every one of those guys. Roger Ortiz, I'm not sure if we're ever going to see him back at welterweight again. And obviously Terrence Crawford is tied up with his current dance partner, Errol Spence, and they're probably going to have at least 2 fights. So really, it's going to be him versus any of those other guys in the top 5. And I can see him with any of those guys.
Yeah, and that could easily make an title eliminator with any of those fights as well, too, especially with the whole division being right now focused on Spence and Crawford. We all know boxing. More likely when that fight is done and over with, the belts will just disperse and vacate, and opportunities will open up a lot of welterweights.
And Bonet, when you talk about his resume, albeit 6 losses, look at who those losses were to. My partner right next to me, Chris Algieri, Sean Porter, Miguel Vasquez, and Sergey Lipinets, all of them world champions.
World champion,
yeah. 8 years ago, Eric Bonet was a very, very tough guy, top contender, very close to actually beating a couple of these guys. And but we'll see how much he has left tonight for the young, streaking Giovanni Santillan.
You look a little bit skinnier there in that picture, Chris, that headshot.
I look hungry.
Eric Bonet still looks good, 34 years old. Giovanni Santillan, 31 years old. And look at the weigh-in footage from yesterday.
10 rounds in the welterweight division.
Not only did I fight him in the ring, I actually boxed him in sparring quite a bit. He was one of my sparring partners a bunch of years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to tail of the tape. Santillan versus Bonet, only a 3-year age difference between the two men. 1 inch height advantage for Bonet, as followed by an 1.5 inch reach advantage for Bonet as well.
And Giovanni Santillan, this kind of performance for him is one that I feel like is really important, because he's fighting a guy that has some really good names on his resume. And if he wants the Alexis Rocha fight, if he wants to fight Josh Taylor coming up to 47, he's got to show that he can, you know, I don't want to say make easy work, because Bonet's not an easy opponent, but he's got to show that he's on a different level, because he's not talking about it. He's not going to campaign for it with his mouthpiece, because he's not a verbal guy. He's got to do it with his performance in the ring.
But also Bonet is closer to 35 than he is 30.
Yeah.
And he's been fighting basically down in Ecuador, building his record. Hasn't really been on the scene in a bunch of years. So what Giovanni can do with him really matters. It's not just about winning tonight. He has to perform and he has to impress.
Yeah, and like, let's be honest as well. Like, these type of fights was like, you know, when he fought guys like Chris and Sean and everyone out there, it's like a measuring stick. That's what we call it, a measuring stick. So we want to see, even though he you know, Chris and them probably fought the better version of him, people still want to see what can you do with a guy who still carries a lot of experience behind him, who fought great champions in the past as well.
Yeah, since that loss to Sergey Lipinets back in 2018, Eric Bonet has won his last 7 straight, albeit all in his native Ecuador.
And I believe that Lipinets fight was a majority decision. I was there at that fight. It was like a very, very close fight.
I think one judge had it really wide, and then obviously one judge having it a draw.
Still dangerous. That's basically what we got. He's still dangerous. It's just how much in the tank is left from Bonet more than anything at this point.
He was wreaking havoc in the New York gyms with everybody. As a sparring partner, everybody knew Eric Bonet was a tough guy to be in the ring with. And he's still around. He's still hanging around. And like you said, he's probably still dangerous. Like, he's not 35 yet. He's still got probably a couple more years left in him.
All right, Kambosos has just arrived in the building. We'll get you more on our main event in just a moment, but I want to let you hear a little bit more from one half of our main event. Take a listen to this clip from George Kambosos.
Looking back at the 24 rounds I got to do with Devin Haney, the 2 fights, you know, yeah, of course there were mistakes. There were things that, you know, when you look back and say, I should have done this, should have done that, but I gave it my all. I gave everything I had in that ring. Styles make fights, he beat me, but I learned a lot too. I was able to sit back and go over a lot of things and, you know, change things up, make things better. You know, this is special. Me coming back to America where it all started, to headline, this is an opportunity for me to make an emphatic statement. I'm not just coming to win. I'm not just coming to beat Maxi Hughes. I'm coming to take him out and get rid of this guy.
All business for George Kambosos Jr., who, kind of like we were talking about with Santillan, really winning is not enough. He wants to make a statement so he can get right back to the top of the lightweight division, possibly in title contention, depending on what happens with Devin Haney if he moves up north to 140 pounds. He wants to be right there in the title mix at 135 and believes that he's got to win big against Maxi Hughes tonight. That's coming up later in our main event. For now, Eric Bonet in the ring, former South American junior welterweight champion. 34 years old, 27-6 with 14 knockouts. Native of Ecuador, 12-year pro. He's fought 9 times here in the U.S., once in Colombia, but the majority of his career was spent in Ecuador. Doesn't look like he's aged much at all from when you fought him either. He's got a...
very fit, too.
Yeah, he looks in great shape. We saw him heading to breakfast. He recognized you right away, came and said hi, big smile, gave you a big hug. Well, that's what's great about boxing, though. Like, you beat the crap out of each other, and then you see each other later on. It's like you got this camaraderie amongst each other because you went to war together.
When you trade black eyes and spit and blood on each other, it brings you pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me and Shakur Stevenson today.
Right? Absolutely.
And someone you used to spar with before you fought.
Right,
Same thing with me and Eric.
Yep. Giovanni Santillan making his way to the ring next. Already in the corner waiting for him is his father, Guillermo Memo Santillan, and Robert Garcia. And there is the 31-year-old fighting out of San Diego, California. Undefeated, 30-0 with 16 KOs, is a southpaw. Has had some tremendous work since he moved 5 years ago to working with Robert Garcia and out of the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. This, though, is his first fight, guys, in the last 11 months, and that's not where you want to be at this point in your career, is stalled because you can't get a fight, you can't get a fight date. Fight dates have fallen through, and
not to mention,
that's not the first time it's happened in his career.
Right.
More on that in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the FireLake Arena here in beautiful Shawnee, Oklahoma. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum, brought to you this evening by AutoZone. Get in the zone. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the welterweight division. Our judges at ringside, Mike Bauer, Chris Ritter, and Gerald Ritter. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Chris Flores. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 147.6 pounds, wearing blue trunks with yellow trim. His record, 27 victories with 6 defeats. 14 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Puerto Viejo, Ecuador, Eric Bonet. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 147.8 pounds, wearing red trunks with white trim. His record, perfect. 30 fights, 30 victories. 16 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From San Diego, California, Giovanni Gallo de Oro Santillan.
Okay, gentlemen, we went over the instructions in the dressing room. I expect a clean fight. Both of these are right on the line. Trunks are good. Touch them up now. Go back to your corner.
Chris Flores, the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring here with you for this scheduled 10-rounder in the welterweight division. Giovanni Santillan with the red trunks and black gloves. Eric Bonet, the blue trunks, blue gloves.
See Santillan in southpaw stance. See a battle of that lead foot. Depending on whether you're a righty or lefty, you want to keep your foot on the outside of your opponent, keeping them within your punch range. Lining up your power shots, that backhand.
And going back to what you were saying before the announcement, Christina, you know, having that long layoff and then, you know, coming back to fight a guy as dangerous as Bonet, you know, that says something. So there's a lot we can learn from this fight.
Bonet's really making that right hand the weapon, which is good against Southpaw. He landed 2 good body shots in there, another right hand up top. Looking to counter in time Santillan as he steps in.
Santillan telling us, albeit 11 months outside of the ring, he continued to stay in camp. He continued to stay busy at Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, getting guys like Jose Chon Cepeda ready for his fight against Regis Prograis, which is good work, good sparring. Previously sparring Jose Ramirez, Mikey Garcia, Virgil Ortiz, etc. So stays busy, always ready to give other guys work, albeit not preparing for a fight date of his own, and then finally gets the call, and here we are. Sparring different than fighting. You want to be in the ring, you want to ride that momentum and get busy, and so he's hoping he can get right back after this, and has a couple names in mind if he can get past this tougher test tonight.
Right away you can see the experience level of Eric Bonet. You know, he's setting shots up, he's moving in and out, he's changing levels, he's also feinting. It's the first feint I think we've seen tonight.
He's setting traps.
Yeah, exactly. Very experienced man.
A little flurry combination with Santillan, but yeah, I agree with you, Chris. He's definitely in there setting traps. He's being patient. He's using the full leverage. He's not smothering shots, and he's using the whole time. Oh, nice shot.
Very nice counter to the inside of a looping lead hand from Santillan.
Back to the right hand.
That right hand to the body for Bonet has found a home here early in round 1. Landed another good shot there.
He's landed about 3 or 4 of those body shots, looping shuttle shots. There it is again.
Down to the body with the left hand for Bonet. Oh, and a nice right hand gets in for Bonet.
See, what people are not realizing, it's a battle of the southpaw versus the orthodox fighter, and Bonet is fighting for the foot back. That's why he's getting his shots off and getting out the way, because look where his feet are.
He's also being very precise with the placement of his punches. He put a couple good left hooks to the liver.
He got a left hand in there again, a couple left hands. An excellent start here from the Ecuador fighter in Bonet.
Start out with a boxing match and turn into a fist fight at the end of the round.
Trying to get that rust off real quick of Santillan. Let's listen in to Robert Garcia.
Okay, yeah. Manos arriba, un poquito más. Ya, él está buscando esta o por arriba, right? So, quiero que haga más pintas, siga con el jab, un poquito más de pintas, para que lo hagas tirar y lo contragolpees, ¿ok? Pintas, jab, pintele, y un momento lo contragolpea, ¿ok?
Vayas, bótate, ya sabes, un pasito para atrás y te sales a tus piernas, ¿va? ¿Quita agua? ¿Va bien? Tienes que trabajar un poquito la... Es lo que te dice, cuando te tenga ahí, él te va a tirar abajo. Trata de estar bien cerradito para que lo contragolpees fuerte arriba, güey. Ya lo diste.
Bonet landing the more eye-popping shots, if you will, in that first round, both to the body and to the head, and quite frankly, with both hands as well.
Round 2, more eye-catching and also the trickier shots.
Yeah, and honestly, he was more technical in that round as well.
Round 2 starts with a stab to the body and a body shot. You know Robert Garcia loves his fighters to go to the body.
And right now, Bonet's making a mistake of, going to the right hand of Santillan. That's how I got hit with that body shot, that right hand body shot a few moments ago.
Circling into the strong hand of the southpaw.
Yeah, which is an adjustment, because the last round he was moving the right way, and now he's made an incorrect change.
Santillan throwing that lead shot to the body to start this second round. Already an adjustment from round one. Then gets around the guard with the left hand.
Good jab from Santillan. Oh, you gotta watch out though.
That counter shot comes quick to the gut from
Bone has those
Bonet.
those odd looping shots out from some strange angles. They can be hard to see early on.
And they got some thump on him too.
Yeah, no, he can punch. His record doesn't really show it, but he actually is a physically strong guy with a good punch. And just from working with Bonet for all those years at his management, was very, very confident in his skill set. They even took that Shawn quarter fight on less than 24 hours notice. They flew all the way from Long Island to New York, to Las Vegas, and fought him on a very short time.
Good body shot Sneaky got in there from Bonet, as it looks like.
Yeah. Santillan rubbed the outside of his left eye.
Sure did.
Santillan definitely looking more comfortable in round number 2. He's seeing the punches, he's finding his jab. Now he's the one actually fighting off his back foot. There in the first round, he was being more aggressive.
Now he's baiting, you know, Bonet in now.
You good?
And here Robert Garcia in a moment ago, he said, bring that jab, bring that jab, bring that jab.
That's been the major adjustment, I think, for Santillan this round, his ability to land that right jab.
And just keeping that jab hand more active has slowed down the pace of Bonet from the first round.
One thing I would say Santillan has to watch out for him is he has to stop backing straight out, because Bonet is throwing that, he's going to throw that left hand right, or that right hand at times, right to follow him.
He's anticipating throwing the punch long.
Exactly. He has to keep circling out instead of coming straight back out.
Much better round for Santillan, though, as Bonet at the 10-second mark lands a couple more good shots.
Double tripling up that rear hand. Smart move against the southpaw from Bonet.
Techo ahí, poquito agua, techo agua, poquito ahí. Sácame las toallas al otro, ¿no? Por favor. No, el agua, poquito agua. Vamos a tomar, mijo. Vamos a tomar. Cambiemos a 3, cambiemos a 3.
You can see some slight.
Bien, how's his power? Okay.
How's his power?
Ese con ritmo. Lo puedes hacer fácil, así. Make it easy for yourself, okay? Ya cuando por el mero medio lo conectas bien, entonces eso no va a fallar.
How was his power? He answers back, and then he comes with his instruction. Checking in with his guy.
I've had the honor to work with Robert Garcia. He's a fantastic coach, and that's actually where he really pays the dividends, is in the corner. He's a fantastic coach in the corner. Tells you exactly what you need to hear and nothing else.
Round 3. Yeah, he's not overwhelming his fighter with some main directions and, you know, cluttering his brain.
I think that's the #1 mistake that coaches make. Yeah. Too many instructions in the corner.
Especially when you're trying to recover at the same time, like.
I'm trying to breathe. And checking in with this guy too, and he asked him how his power. He's like, he kind of shook it off, like,
They traded
it there.
Yeah, they both traded punches in that one.
Bone got rocked a little bit earlier in the round, moments before that, and then got rocked again, it seemed.
Down to the body with the left hand for Santillan. And then Bonet looking to land that counter right hand over the top.
No, he snuck one in there. He snuck a little sneaky one in there.
Yeah, you can see how dangerous he is. He throws his punches in the middle of your combinations.
Sure does.
Just like that.
And again, another change. Now Bonet fighting off the back foot, looking to counter. Santillan being a little more aggressive, but still staying on that jab. Smart from Santillan.
Good jab. Oh, good counter from Bonet to the body.
Just just missed. Oh, left hook upstairs, too. Really good timing from Bonet. You know, he's timing his shots. He's letting them go. Oh, there's again.
I think that one deflected, though. I think that Santillan kind of got that guard closed up a little bit to deflect or take some of the steam, at least, off those shots.
Yeah, he did. But I like the idea that Bonet has. You know, he has the right mindset and the right idea. He knows what he's doing in there. He knows what he wants to look for and what he's doing in there.
You know what I like from Santillan, which I've seen before in past fights? It doesn't deter what he wants to do. Even though these punches are just missing and they're dangerous punches, he's still getting behind his jab. Yeah, love that. Whoa.
They both are catching each other with shots at the very same time because Bonet loves to throw in the middle of the combinations for Santillan.
It's hard to see.
Yeah, it's getting better.
Where are you positioned around the ring? And that goes into scoring, right? And what the judges are seeing as well.
The longer this goes, it seems like Santillan's the more sturdy of the two. He's taking the shots better, even though he is getting hit.
And you know, to get away from that a bit, Santillan has to change speeds. And you know, like Chris had pointed out, he's not deterred what he's doing, but at the same time, he's fighting the same speed in what he's doing. So he has to like change levels and change speeds to keep Bonet guessing and off his game a bit.
Which is actually something that Bonet's doing quite well. He's changing his speed up quite a bit. Oh, good combination.
Combination from Santillan. Good job catching that shot up top. That one landed a little low for Bonet, and then a counter shot up top with the right hand. And a good job getting that left hand back up for Santillan as he takes another shot. This fight is heating up for sure. What a back and forth battle here at the end of round 3.
Guys are scrapping.
Gives a wink to his former opponent and sparring partner Chris Algieri as we're seated next to the blue corner. But I mean, a tale of 3 completely different rounds. Great round 1 for Bonet. Santillan makes adjustments and come back in round 3, and then arguably a 50-50 round in round 3. I mean, both fighters have been making adjustments.
Yeah, we're going to see here in the replay that these guys are just trading bombs together at the same time. Both guys landing. It seemed both of them, they both got rocked there, actually. But it does seem like Santillan is a little more durable when these shots. Bonet was knocked off balance a few times in that round, but both men trading and landing hard shots.
Aim to the chest. Okay?
¿Cómo te sientes de condición? El único golpe que te está tirando es la derecha y te la quiere ver, te la va a seguir pegando. No te echa de ganas. A ese como golpeando.
And Santillan definitely he has to stay sharp the whole entire round, because when he throws something, Bonet throws right back, and he has to catch it off the guard because he's throwing that wild hook, and he's hit his mark with that hook over and over at times. But Santillan just has to be sharp. He has to go from offense to defense and not just admire his work in there against Bonet.
And the question is how much is left in the tank for Bonet? Obviously the pressure man is going to be Santillan. He's been in the ring for 11 months. He's undefeated still. He hasn't had as many big fights.
A little younger.
Definitely younger in terms of ring age, but chronologically only a 3-year advantage. And again, another round where these guys are switching roles. Santillan fighting off the back foot and jabbing. Bonet coming forward, being aggressive.
A lot of back and forth. Good counter from Bonet.
I think Santillan too, like he just slipped under that shot. His defense is not too bad. I mean, he's been able to deflect and move just out of range of some of these shots that are kind of hitting the gloves, hitting the forearms of Santillan.
That's a great point, Christina. His defense is very subtle. Very, very subtle. Little movements to make you just miss.
Good jab for Santillan.
The difference now is the balance. Bonet's a little bit off balance now with his counters. And Santillan is keeping perfect position with his feet. Jabbing well in position to throw combinations whenever Bone gets close.
He stepped out of range and just missed with those counters. Did Santillan and then right back.
Good slip and grip there from Bonet. Comes up just short.
Santillan looking to counter. Down to the body with the tap shot with the right hand. And that counter left and a little bit of a slip on the logo there for Santillan.
Both thinking here.
Down to the body and then counter left hand up top from Santillan.
But this is where Bonet wants to be at, though. This is where he wants to be, honestly. You know, he doesn't want to have a boxing match. He wants to, he wants to make it ugly, make it a slug, a phone booth slug match in there.
Yeah, he's good pulling the trigger in these scraps back and forth. And that, like you said, that's going to be his best chance. Because when the outside, Santillan's jab is just too good.
Yeah. Just pop shotting him from the outside.
His balance, his jab, his combination punching, just too sharp.
Body shot again for Bonet. Uppercut just misses for Santillan.
I'm impressed with the durability of Santillan. He's been hit with some clean shots upstairs and downstairs, and there's been little to no reaction from him.
As we take a quick look at CompuBox numbers, which you now have the benefit of for the remainder of our broadcast, Giovanni Santillan has thrown more punches than Eric Bone has, but Eric Bonet, has landed at a higher percentage, 35% compared to 29% of Santillan. 29 of his shots have landed to the body compared to 10 from Santillan. So investing often in that body work at a 44% clip.
And CompuBox isn't always the most accurate, but it does seem like he's been throwing and landing a lot of body shots is Eric Bonet. So, but yeah, equal punches landed thus far, 66.
It's great, yeah.
It shows you how competitive this fight has been.
Right.
I think it's going to come down to, like we pointed out earlier, who's the most effective with their shots, though. And that's that more eye-catching for the judges at times.
And really, this fight's going to be one down the stretch when someone can separate themselves.
In those 6 losses that Eric Bonet has on his resume, only one of them was a KO loss, and that was to Shawn Porter. And that was a fight that Chris Alchiri mentioned that he took on a day's notice. Every other loss was by either unanimous or split decision.
And was actually stopped on a knee injury.
A majority decision, 2 split decisions, and 2 unanimous.
Good job from Santillan.
And yeah, he didn't get knocked out by a punch. He took a knee.
Right. Well, no, he injured his knee.
He injured his knee, excuse me.
Sneaky body shot there with right hand. Right underneath the elbow.
Catch and shoot.
Oh, nice straight right hand down the middle. Has Santillan backed up straight in a straight line.
Santillan popping out that jab. Bonet misses with the right hand.
And this is where, like Chris said earlier, this is where Santillan is strong at. When he's just, he's sitting back, he's boxing, he's popping that jab. He's pushing Bonet back, because Bonet is the type of fighter, he has to come forward, all right, sit there and bang with you.
This is where
both
Bonet
landing body shots.
Scrapping on the inside.
Yeah.
Down to the body with the left hand goes Bonet.
And as much as Bonet wants to be here, he's not always getting the better of those exchanges.
No, not at all.
Waiting to see that uppercut from Santillan as well. He's got a great uppercut, something that he mentioned in the fighter meetings that we should be looking for on the inside.
And I don't know if you guys caught it just a minute ago. You kind of seen Bonet, his elbows are getting lower and lower to brace the body shots at times.
Yeah, Santillan hasn't been landing as many body punches, but they seem to be having more of an effect. As we're talking about the durability. That was a good tricky shot though on the inside. A little slip and rip left uppercut.
Good counter from Bonet again. Left hook on top.
Santillan's very good at just taking a little bit of the brunt off those shots, though, not getting hit super clean.
Looking to feint, and Robert Garcia goes, keep going, continue to move in behind that jab.
Oh,
body shot with the right hand lands for Bonet. A left hand lands for Santillan. Right hand lands for Santillan.
I mean, regardless how this fight ends up, Eric Bonet still has some goods and can beat a lot of these young welterweights.
I agree.
Eres chingón. Eres chingón. Dame el mote. Eres chingón. Respira, respira. Respira. Estás haciendo bien trabajo, Bonet. Estás haciendo bien. Síguelo tocando ya. Síguelo tocando fuerte abajo. Y solito va a bajar las manos más adelantito. Cuarones. Cuarones. Sí. Respira. Ya lo sentiste, güey. Él nomás está contrarrestar un golpe de fuerte, es el que lo quiere hacer, güey, Síguelo cambiando así como la lleve, la recta, luego percarativa, ya estás haciendo bien. Si llegas a fallar si te agarras al tú por tú y fallas, bótate, güey, a la izquierda. Go, guys, out.
Halfway through the scheduled 10-round welterweight contest. Giovanni Santillan undefeated, 30-0 with 16 KOs. Eric Bonet 27-6, 14 KOs. But to Chris Algieri's point, looking every bit as fresh and in shape and hanging in there with the undefeated welterweight prospect in Santillan through the first 5 rounds.
Oh, big left hand there for Santillan. Spins the head of Bonet.
Nice combination there from Santillan. Santillan corner looking for the right hook. Body work from both fighters. The finish up top for Bonet with the right hand.
Still a competitive fight. I'll say that. It's still competitive.
Yeah, I got Santillan slightly ahead, but yes, this fight's still very much on the table. Ooh, good body shot there from Santillan. Sneaks it in just below the elbow.
And it kind of slowed Bonet down. See, he took a little deep breath there.
Yeah, that was the liver side. Oh, good right hand up top from Bonet.
But Jamal, this is a great quality of fight between two welterweight guys. I mean, one that's, wants to take the world, by storm and get noticed. And another one who's been on the losing side against the bigger names, but it wants to prove that he's still got stuff left in the tank.
Yeah. And this is actually, a really good learning experience for Santillan, especially if he does come out with a victory. This is the experience he needs if he wants to go to that next step, because it doesn't get easier from here.
No, I always tell the young guys, I want to step up, I'm like, well, be ready, because it doesn't get easier. It just goes up and up. And they're both so accurate. Really, really good, precise punching. Ooh. I don't know what Santillan does for hand work, but this guy can take a body shot.
Both guys back and forth in the phone booth at various times in this fight. Usually the last 30 seconds, 10 seconds, if you will, of the fight.
It's because the rounds have been so competitive. Each man is trying to separate themselves for the judges.
Pitter-patter combination there from Santillan, and then back comes Bonet.
Yeah, Bonet need to get himself over the ropes. Even if the shots aren't landing that well, it's not a good look for the judges to be laying on the ropes.
10 seconds left here in round 6. Another excellent end to another really solid round between these two fighters.
Yeah, great back and forth action. Both men landing good shots. Santillan just seems to be a little bit fresher, a little bit ahead. The body punch is having a little more of an effect.
A little more steam on him, yeah.
Okay.
Jamal, what do you think that Bonet can do? It's going to turn the tide a little bit.
What he can do, he has to go back to defense at times. He gets so caught up in his offense, which is great offense, but then he allows Santillan to get those shots right back, and Santillan gets the better of those shots, as we see here.
Yeah, like you said, he likes to fight in the inside. He needs to get a little bit of separation. He lands a good punch. He gets right back in the fray. and gets a receipt for the shots that he just landed.
And look where his hands were at when he was going back and forth. He's throwing them right back. They came back to his chest.
Some blood from the nose of Bonet in that last round. Neither fighter down, neither fighter hurt. At least that we could see visibly through round 6. You never really know what kind of shots these guys go through, but nonetheless, Santillan probably with a slight lead in this fight. But a lot of the times, though, guys, they punched at the same time, they landed at the same time. It's been some tricky inside shots.
And it's one of those fights where the judging might be a little funky because depending on what side of the ring you're on, to see what punches you can see.
And it's funny because looking at the punch stat from the last round, you know, Santillan he landed 109 to Bonet's. Oh no, yeah, he threw like what was it?
87,
yeah, to Bonet.
That was his highest round.
Yeah, so that you know what I'm saying, like there's a lot of close rounds in terms of the punch output and punches landed as well.
That was, to your point, Jamal, also the highest punch output of any round from Giovanni Santillan in round 6. That's a good thing after an 11-month layoff when you're getting to the second half of the fight and having a better punch output.
Well, I think you can see, you know, after that first round, Santillan has really found his footing and has looked better and better in terms of his style. Even though he's got a guy in front of him, he's making a very competitive fight. Santillan's looking much more like himself, and that rust came off quick.
Nice little uppercut, but then Bonet comes right back.
Pouring it on now is Santillan.
Yeah, this is when that pressure and youthful exuberance of Santillan is starting to separate himself away from the grizzled veteran. Some of that steam definitely coming out of the sails of Eric Bonet.
Nice left hand there.
Big shot caught pulling out.
Range right hand from Santillan.
And this is the difference here, because Santillan can fight on the inside and he can also fight on the outside. He's been able to counter from the outside, still land big punches, and then mix it up in the middle on even grabs.
Takes a big shot there.
Way to make me eat my words.
He just ate a big punch there.
But Bonet always does enough to keep you honest.
Nice body shot. Both these guys landed really tricky, nice shots and combinations. Just when one guy starts to pull away, the other comes right back.
Nice little body shot from Bonet, snuck under the elbows. Again, yeah, counter.
Oh, nice overhand right to the temple of Santillan.
Oh, straight up the middle there for Bonet.
Post fight. We're over here looking at the punch that, you know, copy box, and I'm like, hey, it looks close to the punches every round.
Yeah, the punches landed are almost identical through the first 7 rounds. There's just been almost 100 more thrown by Santillan as we take a look at the replay from the last round, Jamel.
Yeah, a lot of that phone booth action, but at times, like Chris pointed out, you know, Santillan, it seems like he has a better approach of what he wants to do in there, and for Bonet, it's more of a reaction than, you know, what he wants to do in there exactly.
Y mueva la cabeza, y muévame los ángulos, but you got to throw more combinations. Breathe. All right, let's go. Last 3 rounds, okay?
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Take it out.
Round 8 in the scheduled 10-round welterweight contest. Santillan starts with the jab. Garcia wanting him to double up on the jab. There he throws jab, left hand. Down to the body for Bonet.
Yeah, that's the thing. In a jamming contest, Santillan is definitely at the advantage. Bonet is much more of a hooker, counter puncher. He likes to wing those shots. Ooh, nice uppercut and left hand over the top.
Beautiful
Stuns
shot.
Bonet.
Down to the body, just misses with the left hand up top. Bonet lands a short right hand inside.
Nice back of him, back of Santillan up.
He always gets one in there to like keep you honest, just to let you know like I'm still here.
Spends the tide, keeps you on.
A lot of seesaw action with this fight at times.
Seesaw action, definitely, but it just seems like Santillan, again, the more durable, fresher guy.
I can agree with that.
You said you see blood from the nose, swelling on the eye.
Nice combination there, though, from Bonet. And then back comes a good combination from Santillan up top.
Highly competitive, these two.
Santillan not as vicious with the body attack, though, in the last round, as he was in the round before.
Yeah.
See if he goes back to the body here in round 8.
You can tell there's a lot of steam that's off those punches of Bonet at this point.
Yeah, from that first round, he was ripping shots. Look, he was hitting a heavy bag.
Shots to the shoulders there from Bonet.
This is one of those fights the next day, you feel it.
Yeah.
You feel this all week.
Muscles and whole body just aching.
Because these guys have both been swinging all night long. Not to mention their opponent's been landing everywhere. Both of them have been getting hit all over the body. Arms,
body shots.
Elbows.
Both getting in some body work here as they plant their feet and throw.
I really think the key for Santillan is to show that his boxing ability can separate these two. Because when he's on the outside jabbing, it's not even close.
Yeah.
But when Bonet is able to counter and then get him into that phone booth fight, it becomes almost even terms.
And you can kind of see also that Santillan is also shifting his body weight a lot on Bonet in that ring, pushing him backwards.
At the end of every round, Bonet makes it a point to really pick it up.
He really does.
And it gives him a look afterwards like, I'm still here.
Yeah. That's why I said that grizzled veteran. That's those grizzled moves.
What a really nice fight, though, this has been. I've thoroughly enjoyed calling this fight.
Yeah, high-level stuff.
You see great combinations, great body work, great jabbing, inside work, outside work.
Take a deep breath.
No, he's looking for one big shot.
That's all he's looking for.
One big shot.
Here we see Bonet with the back against the ropes. This was a combination that had him in a little bit of trouble. Now that I see it in the replay, it didn't land as cleanly as I thought, but it was an uppercut that slid off the side of the face, and then the overhand right caught Bonet. Again, I thought that was much cleaner when I saw it live than the replay, but still, it had Bonet off balance. And not a good look for the judges.
Yeah, and that goes to show you, though, how much Bonet had left in the tank there. Like even the smallest shots are knocking him off balance a bit. Where it seems like he's hurt or bothered.
Yeah, definitely starting to lose steam, not taking the punches as well. That's been all night. He hasn't been as durable.
Well, and we had some questions because we talked about left in the tank, but that's because it's one fight in 2019, one fight in 2020, one fight in 2021. Last 5 years, he's only fought one time. They've all been wins, and they've all been in his native Ecuador, but we were just curious as to what he was going to bring here tonight.
Yeah, but those are much different level fights.
1,000%, and just one a year is not going to get it done.
Again, like using one of your sayings, champ, he passes the eye test, looks to be in great shape. And obviously he's here in the 9th round of a very, very competitive fight, but it's just a different level when you're getting home cooking in Ecuador versus fighting top contenders.
Yeah, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we pulled his graphic up in terms of his record in the United States. I believe he's like 4-5, in the United States. So that goes to show you enough right there.
He's always been the opponent. Yeah. So
we're top guys. So we'll mention that as well.
Oh, nice uppercut.
Sneaky.
Bones actually had a good round.
Another good uppercut for Bonet. But to revisit a point that we were making in the lead up to this fight about Santillan wanting to get an impressive win, Santillan wanting to, you know, take another step up in his career in the welterweight division in terms of opposition and competition. How do you think that he's handled the test through the 9 of these 10 rounds?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think he's handling it well right now. I mean, for a guy that shit has had 11, almost a year layoff, it doesn't show it right now, and he's in there with a durable, tough contender.
And looks like he could go 5 more rounds as these two continue to go back and forth.
Yeah, I think he's looked good, but I believe he's made it a lot tougher than it needed to be. If he was out there jabbing from the outside, using that skill set that would separate him from Bonet, I think he would show a lot more of his ability to do something in this welterweight division, which is so hot right now.
Agree, and to add on to that as well, Chris, if you want to have these big fights in the welterweight division, you gotta get guys like this out the way and make, set a statement.
You can't get hit like this. No, that's the thing. Santillan's been getting hit with some big counters all night long.
There's one right there he just got caught with. Blood now coming from the nose and mouth of Bonet as he gets hit with the left hand.
There he comes. He's still coming.
Oh, and then counter right hand scores for Bonet.
Another one.
Another right hand scores for Bonet. But it's almost like Santillan wants to stand in there and prove something.
That he's
but
tough.
for what?
That
he's taking the shots. Don't get me wrong, but those are scoring punches for your opponent.
And again, other people in the division are going to look at that and be like,
I can take him.
If this guy can hit him like this, then I can.
Exactly.
I can get him out of there.
Because I can have a goals too. I can take him. Yeah. We want him next.
It's going to be some thirsty welterweights out there.
Respira, mijo, respira. Este es el último round, Bonet. Este es el último round.
But again, to your point, Christina, you said last round, this has been a very entertaining, fun fight to watch. I can't believe we're already in the 10th round.
And again, going back to CompuBox, from looking at the total punches for both fighters, Santillan has landed 183 compared to Bonet's 182.
Both guys have landed, I mean, Santillan's landed 33 body shots, which is a lot, and Bonet has landed 48, which is a ton. These guys have really focused on doing good body work all night long, which is a testament to what kind of shape they're both in.
And to all together, they've both thrown over 1,000 punches already.
Yep. Here is the 10th and final round.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Because if you watch carefully, he came out with a stab, with a jab to the body, and he threw Bonet off by making him going to do it again. He threw an overhand left hand.
Blocked that shot right there as well.
I mean, did we expect the 10th round to be any different than the previous 9?
Yeah, right.
Just out of harm's way on that hook from Bonet.
Good jab from Bonet though there.
Bonet's really loading up in that right hand though. He's looking for that counter.
Another low shot there from Bonet, which has happened a few times. A couple have gone without warning.
Stern warning here, but no point deduction. That would be very detrimental to Team Bonet.
Looking around the guard is Santillan.
Check hook over the top from Bonet and a right hand.
Good counter, yeah. Another one.
Santillan not getting that left hand back up after he throws as he eats an uppercut.
Because if you really look at it, he's leaving his head and chin right out there. Just leaning over his lead foot. And Bonet, being a crafty veteran, he's picking up on that. He's throwing right where the target's at, because there's no head movement from Santillan as well.
Santillan has really shown that he's got a great beard and a tough body. He's taking some big, clean shots.
Even now. Now he's on the back foot.
Well, and Bonet fighting this round like he knows it could be close, and he wants to take this one.
Well, his corner's yelling at him. Last round.
Definitely a sense of urgency from the blue corner.
Depending on how the judges looking at these rounds, it could be a winnable fight.
Forward comes Bonet. Santillan looking to counter. Counters with the right hand, but gets caught with the right hand from Bonet. Back and forth these two go.
Like, who wants it more?
This is that experience, a guy who's been 10 rounds, world-class opponents. Oh,
Gets caught with the right hook from Santillan. As he gives him a nod and they get right back to work.
Hey, young fighters at home, you want to see what infighting and counterpunching is about? This is a good one. This is a good one to study.
20 seconds left.
The conditioning of both these men. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It's like they could go a few more rounds.
Oh, I wouldn't mind it.
Santillan standing back and forth. They go to the bell. What a terrific fight we've been treated to by these two welterweights.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Round of applause for that one.
Bravo. What a fight. What a fight. Both men confident.
The crowd is on their feet here in Shawnee, Oklahoma.
What a treat that was.
Yeah.
Even a little blood to boot over here on my paperwork.
And Christina.
Yeah, very close with the punches landed as those final CompuBox numbers come in. Will the scorecards reflect how close this fight was in our opinion? But hats off to both men as we take a look at a couple replays here. This fantastic welterweight contest. Those hooks from Santillan, Chris.
These two did not have trouble finding each other all night long. In fact, they were both fighting each other at the same times often.
Yeah.
It was very difficult to really separate who was winning what round because it was so competitive, so back and forth. Depending on what side of the ring you are, you're seeing a different fight because you can see the punches land. And you're seeing it with these replays. I mean, every one of these are highlights.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I mean, Chris is on point. Depending where you're at in terms of when these back and forth action flurries are going on, that'll you know what I'm saying, be a huge point in making with the scorecards because you can have your backer over here on this side of the road, but the judge might not see, might catch what you're doing over there. So it's gonna be a tough one to score.
Like Santillan will land a shot to the gut and then Bonet will come back with the right hook over the top. Take a look at the total punches thrown, and as Jamel was mentioning, all fight long within 11 punches of each other, landed just a slight advantage in the percentage and the body attack to Bonet. Will the judges see it in his favor, or will they favor the 100 more punches thrown from Giovanni Santillan? Mark Chinook is in the ring with the decision. Very, very good fight between these two. Hats off to both of them as we go and get the decision now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds here inside FireLake Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mike Bauer scores the bout 97-92. Chris Ritter scores it 98-92.
Wow.
And Gerald Ritter scores it 97-93. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Giovanni Gallo de Oro Santillan!
And the judges favored the high punch output of Giovanni Santillan, who improved now to 31-0 as a pro, 16 KOs, a little wider than maybe the three of us thought the fight was, giving, pretty much 8 of the 10 rounds and 7 of the 10 rounds to Giovanni Santillan.
Regardless, a hyper-competitive fight. Those are the kind of rounds that it's literally a sliver separating who won the round. So
pretty much, yeah.
When the judges saw it, obviously they gave more to Santillan. I thought Santillan was a little bit ahead most of the fight.
Sure.
More durable, more fresh. But yeah, those were a little wide for my liking.
No, and I'm with you, Chris. Like again, I felt the right man won the fight, despite what may be seen on the screen of the punch stats, because they don't deserve. They don't determine how the fight goes at times. Also, let's put that out there right now. But again, Santillan definitely had to dig deep, as you see in these shots, his highlights, and basically win and earn every round that was booked in his favor.
Well, it's like when they're scoring rounds, it could be scored close Santillan, close Santillan, close Santillan, but then all those rounds total up to a wide scorecard decision, despite being a razor close competitive. And we've seen that time and time again. But nonetheless, Giovanni Santillan remains undefeated, and Eric Bonet gets his first loss in his last 7 fights. Fighting back here in the U.S., a place that just has not been kind to him in his professional career, considering the opposition that he's faced, but likely earned himself another opportunity to fight here and in the welterweight division at 34 years old. Still got it going on. But Giovanni Santillan wanting to take a step up, telling us, if I'm victorious tonight, I'd like to fight guys like Alexis Rocha. Put me in there against Josh Taylor, Boots Ennis. I want a bigger challenge. So hopefully he gets it. Hopefully he gets it. He's been boxing since he was 8 years old. He's had 80 amateur fights, now 31 as a pro. 31 fights, 31 years old. It's time.
Yeah,
it's time.
Yeah.
It's time.
Couple more looks at this one, back and forth in a phone booth. Even when it didn't favor Santillan, he definitely showed that he's got a beard on him, as you mentioned, Chris. Taking some of these shots, it's just not necessarily the point that you want to prove when you don't need to be fighting inside, where he's much better suited at a little bit more of range and distance.
And again, like yesterday, he mentioned guys like, Jerron Boots Ennis. You can't take shots like that with a guy that's younger, skillful, slick, crafty, and packs power. So yes, there's a lot of things he needs to work on, at the drawing board. But again, congrats to him on the victory.
All right, now we get to our co-main and main event coming up next. Both lightweight contests. Up first, Keyshawn Davis, undefeated 8-0 with 6 knockouts, taking on Francesco Patera.
Drives down, a lot of blood coming from the nose of Kampa. Headshot after headshot, short right hand. Let the celebration begin. Another big body shot. Damaging left hand comes in. And a knockdown scored. What a beatdown.
Sticking him on the outside, and here comes the counter. What a finish. Bruce Shoo Carrington.
Some highlight reel KOs in that video segment, and will we see another one of those in another big fight coming up next on our air? It is Fulton taking on Inoue. It's going down for Fulton's WBC and WBO junior featherweight world titles. Inoue moving up a division. That fight going down July 25th at 4:30 a.m. Eastern time, 1:30 a.m. Pacific. My partners here, Chris and Jamel, both of you have been world champions. Both of you have moved up in weight classes. What's at stake for Naoya Inoue going up to junior featherweight, Chris, against Stephen Fulton?
This is a huge fight, one that I've been super excited about. This is one of those fights that neither one of these guys needed right now. I mean, obviously it's great for the sport, but Fulton was on his way out of the division, said, you know what, hold up, I'm going to stay for one last one. This is the biggest fight around that we can make. Let's do it. And Inoue, daring to be great, moving up to a new weight class and going right for the top dog. I love it. Both men daring to be great. I think this fight's going to be absolutely awesome, and I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I'm feeling like I'm fighting because I'm like, there is no tomorrow. Until that fight happens, I can't even think about what's going on afterwards.
And then, to go over what Chris was saying, he's basically, right on the mark. In my honest opinion, I believe that this fight is basically underrated because it's being overclouded by the next bigger fight, of course, we may say, well, Crawford and Spence. But again, this is another great fight to add on to a great year of boxing. And it's really hard to really pinpoint who's going to come out on top because they both have tremendous assets and tools. And again, Fulton is the bigger man, like Chris pointed out, who's already ready to move up because he felt like he outgrew the weight class, but he wanted to push himself and test himself to the point where, you know what, I'll stay here, and not only will I stay here for one more fight, I will go over to Japan to fight a great champion in the monster. So it's definitely a great matchup, and I'm excited to watch it as well.
And even Inoue vacating all his belts and deciding to move up to conquer yet another weight class. We've number 4, right, for him. So cannot wait to see that go down. Let's give you an inside look into what training camp has been like as these two prepare for the Monster Clash.
July 25th is undoubtedly one of the biggest fights, if not the biggest fight in 2023 in boxing, with the Monster against Cool Boy Steph. 122 pounds, unified championship of the world, two guys in their absolute prime.
Fulton and Inoue, they exemplify the way of the warrior. Not the keyboard warrior that's so popular nowadays, but these guys are calling each other out and making the fights happen. And when you talk about elite fighters, Naoya Inoue looking to become a 4-division champion, he doesn't go up to test the waters at 122. He says, who's the big dog there? Let me go get him.
ここまで来たら、スーパーバンタム級に上げたとして、調整試合はいらないかなっていうのは率直に思ったんですよ。
What makes this fight compelling with both guys is they're both undefeated. You got one former undisputed champion in Inoue who's coming up in weight, challenging himself again, explosive, doesn't know how to lose. And then you have a fighter like Stephen Fulton from West Philly who not only brings that Philly toughness, but he's a great boxer. And these guys have no problem matching against each other, and that's rare air in this day and age.
Going out to Japan and living up to the moment and defeating him in his country, that's major.
そうですね、4団体を統一して、その4団体を持って何度か防衛をしていけば、多分本当に4団体のチャンピオンになったんだっていう実感があると思うんですけど、ただもうすぐそのフルトンとやるっていう話もありましたし、気持ちはもう前に向いてましたね。ここからはもう本当に挑戦だなと、実質5階級目ですから、自分のその骨格枠を超えた戦いになってくると思うんで、自分でもどうなるかわからないですし、周りがそう簡単にスーパーバンタムフェザーって言ってるほど自分は甘く見てないし、そういう人たち、期待に応えてるのはありますけど、自分はすごく慎重に、向き合ってます。
like the sun. I know how to win, cause I've been the one. Yeah, I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one. I've been the one, yeah, I've been the one. Yeah, I've been the one, see, they been the two. Yeah, if you get with me, I bet that you lose. This in the room, and you the two. Yeah, and when I win, they gon' lose.
It's not that many great boxers that come from West Philadelphia. If I'm not mistaken, it was only one other world champion that was from West Philadelphia, and that was Julian Williams, J-Rock. And with me now, it has been two. So it means a lot. You know, a lot of kids from West Philadelphia. It gives those other kids hope.
Stephen Fulton, to me, is excellent because he's a multi-dimensional offensive fighter. He has great weaponry. He has great technique. He can sit there and do the basic technical stuff very, very well. He can sit there and utilize his jab if he wants. He can be a 1-2, a 1-1-2 kind of fighter. But he can also put forth extraordinary combinations that can determine a fight.
The West Philly flavor that Stephen Fulton brings is something that Inoue probably hasn't seen, and I want to see how he fares against a guy who can put that good jab, that footwork, those feints. That's not really something that I've seen Inoue deal with.
When you're the underdog, you're like overlooked or underlooked, however you want to put it. I've seen and heard a lot of things that people were saying about the power, or he may not have the chin, or this person, or anyways is this and he's that, and it's like, I like that. I like those type of comments. That made me like, all right, they don't believe in me. Well, let's make them believers.
Now Fulton again. Some short chopping shots. Fulton with a big uppercut.
He is now the unified WBC and WBO 122-pound champion of the world. Cool boy, Stephen Fulton.
All credit to Stephen Fulton because he told Al Heyman, I want this fight. Go make this fight. Boxing needs more of this.
Once we heard Inoue was moving up, I said, let's reach out to them, see if we could make this fight. And we made it happen, just like this. And I feel like that's a part of 2023 being a big year for the sport of boxing.
Good stuff from both of those guys. Both guys know what's at hand. Kudos to Cool Boy Steph for going over there and taking his belts over there. He knows the amount of money that he's going to make and how much of a bigger fight it would be there financially speaking. So my hat's off to both of those guys. And speaking of guys knowing good business, the businessman, Keyshawn Davis is up next in our next fight. 8-0 with 6 KOs, taking on Francesco Patera. Could arguably be his toughest opposition to date. But with Keyshawn Davis, he's one of those guys that was highly touted coming out of the amateurs. Like, everybody wanted to sign him. Everybody knew he had a pro style. What is it, in your opinion, that makes him so special? Why is he one of the next ones to watch?
Because even right out of the gate, I mean, his awareness, his how comfortable he was in the ring without the headgear and fighting guys. You know, those little gloves make a big difference. Take the headgear off, take the gloves off. Going from that amateur style into the pro ranks, it's a tall task. It's a big ask, and he did it beautifully. I mean, transitioned really, really well and gets better every single fight. To me, that's the biggest thing. It's the upside of this kid. He gets better every time out, and I'm looking forward to see how far he can take it, because really, he has everything it takes to be one of the best fighters in the world.
Only a pro for 2 years, the 24-year-old has loved boxing ever since he first stepped into the gym. Here's a little bit more from the man himself, Keyshawn Davis, on getting his start in the sweet science.
Our mother wanted to keep us busy so we wouldn't be into other things. And she found out it was a boxing gym up the street from us. And just like any other sport, she asked us, did we want to play that? And she was like, would y'all even want to box in the first place? Like, she's asked us like that. And we was like, yeah, we would love to box. Like, yes, we would love to box, Ma. Like, yes, like, let's do it today. Can we go today? Back then, the gym was rough. when we get into this boxing gym, we're looking at this like we're about to be the best in here. Us coming up back then was definitely the best experience, like, out of our lives.
When I seen him in boxing, though, he was not a Manny Pacquiao. He threw so many punches. Keyshawn is a real star. Like, he one of them stars. He letting our city know that he ain't faking, it's really real, so he making us believe.
Honestly, the goal was always to go to the Olympics.
Ain't nobody been to the Olympics from Norfolk since Pernell Whitaker.
If you just sit down and watch on that TV, every single fight that I fought in the Olympic run, you gonna be sitting there like this the whole time. After each fight, like, I feel like I had one of the greatest Olympic runs in America, for sure.
Brought home a silver medal for Team USA at the Tokyo Olympics.
To this day, that was the most exciting experience I had in boxing, in the ring, by far.
Watching them grow and then go from a medal, it's like, I'm like, bro, you a trailblazer. Like, you the role model now.
When something's destined for you, then nobody can take that away from you.
Congratulations on all the success thus far to Keyshawn Davis, but he is just getting started as a pro. His 42 professional rounds with a record of 8-0 and 6 KOs. Here is a live look at the watch party back in Norfolk, Virginia. Family and friends who have not made the trip here have gathered to watch him in this co-main event, which is on the major sports network ESPN here in the United States, opening up the show. Let's take a look at the weigh-ins from yesterday. Francesco Patera on the scale, weighing in at 134 pounds. Keyshawn Davis, 134.3 for the businessman Keyshawn Davis. As we take a look, Jamel, at the tail of the tape.
I'm sorry, we had a little problem there with the mic there. But tail of the tape, only a 5-year age difference between Davis and Patera. Both pretty much even in terms of height and reach, so should be a very competitive matchup. Let's see how this one plays out.
And I know you can't see him, but that is the businessman Keyshawn Davis underneath that jacket, zipped all the way up, looking like kind of like Spider-Man-esque, right? With the eyes like that. My son loves Miles Morales Spider-Man. I'm not really sure if that's what it's giving, but it's making me feel.
Listen, I just hope it's not a body bag, so.
Oh, yeah, no, that would not be a good omen there. Bo McIntyre came in late last night to break training camp with Terrence Crawford, as he does train Keyshawn Davis as well as the entire crew with B&B, which Keyshawn admitted was a little tough this time, as the majority of the focus went in that direction. But nonetheless, he understands the magnitude of that fight, and he's always focused and can take care of business. Added an additional coach, Coach Rendell, to come in from Norfolk, Virginia, to give him good work. Walking out with his mama as well, who is also his manager. So shout out to Wanda.
Mama don't play. She don't play by her boys.
And we've seen it work, that model in the pros. Look at Lamar Jackson and the contract he just got with the Baltimore Ravens, and his mother as his manager. So I'm all for it.
Mama knows best.
As he is making his way to the ring now. And Keyshawn Davis is one of those guys that it's hard to find somebody that's a boxing scribe or even a boxing fan that doesn't say this guy is one of the ones to watch in the lightweight division. One of the things, too, guys, that stands out about Keyshawn Davis is not just his skills and his flashiness in the ring, but also outside the ring. He's carried and represented his country as an Olympian, but he's got a great charisma and a sense of showmanship as well. He really gets what it's like to be an all-around fighter in this day and age.
Absolutely. He understands that and takes that into consideration when the way he walks around, the way he carries up the aura that he brings. He understands this is a business.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shawnee, Oklahoma. This is boxing This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum, brought to you this evening by AutoZone. Get in the zone. This bout scheduled for 10 rounds for the US WBC and WBO Intercontinental Lightweight titles. Our judges at ringside, Mike Bauer, Joseph Mason, and David Sutherland. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Mark Nelson. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, presented in association by OPI since '82. He weighed in at 134 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record, 28 victories, 3 defeats, 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is making his United States debut. He is the former European lightweight champion from Genk, Belgium, Francesco Patera! Introducing out of the red corner, he weighed in at 134.3 pounds, wearing white trunks with red and black trim. His record, perfect. 8 fights, 8 victories, 6 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a U.S. Olympic silver medalist. He's the reigning U.S. WBC, WBO Intercontinental Champion, repping the 7 cities in his hometown of Norfolk, Virginia, the businessman, Keyshawn Davis!
Gentlemen, you both had your instructions, so you know what I expect. A clean championship fight. Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck to both of you.
Mark Nelson, the third man in the ring, mentioning the championship fight. The WBO Intercontinental and US WBC lightweight titles will be defended tonight by Keyshawn Davis, both of those regional belts, but helping him with his rankings with the sanctioning bodies. Currently number 8 by the WBO, number 10 by the WBA. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring here with you. I'd like to welcome all of our friends watching on Sky Sports in the UK and Ireland. A pleasure to have you with us tonight as you're getting a look at one of the hottest prospects in the lightweight division. Undefeated, 8-0, Keyshawn Davis taking on what arguably could be his toughest test to date in Francesco Patera, who has had 31 professional fights to his credit, 201 professional rounds to just 42 for Keyshawn.
Keyshawn doing a good job of using body pressure to put Patera against the ropes, which is one of the things that I thought was the key to victory for Patera, was to keep himself off the ropes, because Keyshawn does a really good job of letting his hands go when he pins his men there.
Yeah, and I like to call it also mental pressure, because he was rarely throwing any punches, but he had Patera on the back foot and worrying about what Keyshawn was going to doing or trying to do.
Yeah, just with his presence.
Patera himself, a former 2-time European lightweight champion. He's riding a 10-fight win streak coming into this fight. He has never been stopped as a pro. He does have 3 professional losses, but all of those have come by decision.
I was just going to say, watch for the left hook from Patera. That's his punch of choice. He throws it high and low. As a counter, offensive, as a lead.
And again, Chris, like you said, what he doesn't need to be at is he's putting himself right now to those ropes. Keyshawn Davis hasn't really, did anything to back him up, but he's already put himself in a tough situation.
Yeah, from the tapes that I've watched him there, he tends to do that at times because he likes to counter off the ropes with that left hook. This is the wrong guy to do that with, though, because Keyshawn's ability to change range is beautiful. He goes in and out, throws punches like this, and then pulls out, makes you miss.
Double jab right hand from Keyshawn Davis.
Yeah, basically, Davis is not going to smother himself and make it easier for Patera to get shots off like that.
Champ, we had mentioned a few fights ago how a lot of fighters don't understand their own range. Keyshawn is not one of those fighters. He knows exactly how long he is.
Agreed.
Davis has spent his entire training camp alongside Terrence Bud Crawford, WBO welterweight champion, who's looking to fight for undisputed in the welterweight division against Errol Spence. Brian Bomac McIntyre in the corner of Keyshawn Davis said that it's really helped him see what it's like to fight at that level and have that championship level training camp and work rate, because he said Crawford's doing 3 workouts a day, swimming after his workouts, and it's really helped him up his game as well, training alongside the likes of him. Round 1 in the books as we take a look at Keyshawn Davis's corner, Brian Bomac McIntyre.
Hey, listen. You gotta
definitely
keep
not Shakur Stevenson.
He's gonna try to come forward and do all that little
No,
little small
that's going
shit,
to
you
be
know what I'm saying?
Randall Johnson
We don't
in the
want that. We
corner
wanna keep
with
his
him
ass back
as
in
well.
the Once you get there, up and down, you just use some of your feints, okay? Use some of your feints. Keep touching him.
And pretty much, you know, we got what Keyshawn Davis said yesterday in the fighting meeting. Like he's going to go out there and just, you know, just see what he has to offer before, you know, rounds 2, 3, and 4 before you start stepping it up. And here comes Shakur Stevenson, who's made his entrance in the building.
Yes, he is in the building, and got some applause here from the crowd who sees him taking his seat at ringside.
Oh, I guess he's going in the corner now.
I think he would like to work in the corner.
He's heading in the direction.
He's going to shout directions towards his
They should look at the screen in the background. You can see him. Yeah, you can see him in the background of the screen right now. He's heading to the corner.
All right, back to the action in the ring now as Patera looks to land that right hand. There's that left hook. He tried to get around the guard of Davis.
Patera coming a lot more aggressive this round. Reaching there, gotta be careful. I'm surprised Keyshawn didn't come with that right hand over the top.
And to go on what you said earlier again, Chris, right now Davis is, you know, using that jab as a range finder because he, you know, he wants to see what his range is at in terms of leverage on his shots. So right now, just a lot of touch. But it's only a matter of time before you really let that hand go, that rear hand go.
You can tell he's analyzing range, collecting data, getting the timing, getting the rhythm of his opponent. Very analytical in his approach early on.
Patera looking to feint with that front foot as he's still looking to try to establish that jab.
From the videos that I watch of Patera, he does have a little heat on that left hand. That left hook it's pretty good. Throws it high and low. I've seen him hurt guys to the head and to the body with it. Throws it as a counter in the lead, like I had said. Hasn't been able to find the range yet on Keyshawn. Good feint there from Davis.
Good jab as well from Davis.
One thing you can always bet when Brian Bomac McIntyre is in the building is you will hear his corner directions no matter where in the building that you're sitting. And back to the jab, he yells at his fight. Patera looking to land the right hand to the elbow on that exchange.
Those hurt. Those hurt the puncher. Punching those elbows, that was a good, sharp defensive move from Keyshawn.
Yeah.
That'll make you not want to throw that right into their body anymore.
Well, I'm glad you were specific on that, too, because people might have think, oh, that hurt, that would have hurt the guy receiving the shot,
No,
not the guy
hurts the
throwing.
guy who throws the punch, yeah.
It just hit nothing but bone. You're hitting nothing but bone at times.
I actually used that against Ruslan Rabanikov when I fought him because he had a really good right hand to the body. So I always stuck my left elbow out.
And I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Also, I've done the same thing. My fight against
You don't have
Frampton.
to lie, just say it.
Listen. When I fought Carl Frampton, I was saying like, man, I know this guy is good for going to the body. Let me
Take a little
let me put that.
Sweet elbow action.
Shout out to Carl Frampton, man.
And that's not illegal. They're punching. They hit you.
Step back, you guys. Get your hands free.
There you see that left hand for Patera.
Look at the Patera corner. Patera is of Italian descent, although born and raised in
doing what you're doing.
Belgium.
Keep pushing that jab up and down, okay?
Back to the Davis corner.
Yeah, you kick his ass with a jab and shit. Don't let this motherfucker get no curves and start backing you up. If you do so going backwards, that's because you see something. All right? And you keeping your defense tight. Yeah, you keeping your defense tight and you countering right away. Let me Vaselina. Rando, what you see, baby? Hey, once he get to the rope. Overhand right. Yep. Okay. Stay there. Stay there.
All right, round 3 in this scheduled 10-rounder. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring here with you. Coming up next in our main event, George Kambosos Jr. taking on Maxi Hughes, 12-round IBF lightweight title eliminator. But right now, Keyshawn Davis is getting to work on the body of Patera.
Nice.
Something he didn't do much in the last round at all. In fact, 0 shots landed to the body, 3 for Patera.
But Patera's fighting back. I give him that.
And he's actually been able to put Keyshawn against the ropes last round, this round, coming out much more aggressive. Not being able to land a whole lot. Keyshawn has been very good at judging the range, just stepping outside. There's a little shot there from Patera. Little abrasion under the right eye of Patera, probably from the jab of Davis. Because he hasn't really put together too many power punches yet.
Right. A little body work there from Patera. Lead hand down to the body, then back up there, tripling up on the jab, but missing each time with the right hand as well.
But this is actually a good test from what I'm seeing so far for Davis because, you know, Patera's keeping him honest. He's keeping him honest. You know, he's not in a hurry to try to, you know, counter in between some of those shots of Patera. So, like Chris had pointed out earlier with that left hook, he might have felt some power behind that left hand.
Yeah, you can tell Keyshawn's giving him more respect these last couple of rounds. He probably felt something on the gloves or the elbows. Like, all right, this guy can crack a little bit. I got to take my time.
Keyshawn Davis coming off wins to Juan Carlos Burgos and Anthony Yiggett. Burgos went the distance. All 8 rounds, stopped Yiggett in his last fight in the 9th round on the undercard of Shakur Stevenson's fight in Newark, New Jersey. Body shot lands from Keyshawn Davis.
In defense of Davis, though, Burgos goes the distance with everybody.
Absolutely.
Never been stopped very
And a great test for a young fighter in only, at the time, it was his 6th professional fight.
And that being said, I do believe that this is his stiffest test thus far, because Patera's actually here to win. He's not one of those guys who's been broken down, and it's just a journeyman. He's here to win this fight.
And it's funny to mention that because I know yesterday you missed the fight meeting, but he definitely put that out there, Chris. Like, he didn't care what Keyshawn had to say to him. He didn't care about the demeanor from the weigh-in and the face-off. He said, listen, this kid hasn't seen nothing like me in his career yet. I'm here to win. I don't care what he's done in the past. I'm focused on me. Oh, he's caught Keyshawn there with a nice left hook up top in between those shots.
Yeah, see, he doubles it up. That's his punch of choice. That's the one he wants to land. There it is again. Double, triples it again.
And he'll lead with that left hook as well.
Obviously, he came in fantastic shape, did Patera, because he's actually fought as high as 140. So.
And he's arrived in the U.S. just about a week ago.
What's that down? 3? Is that 3 down? 3 rounds in the bank, baby. We all right. We all right. Looking good. Looking good. Hey, you got to tighten up the defense a little bit when you're going backwards. Make sure you keep your hands up, okay? And look for the counter. Look for the counter, okay? The short hooks on the inside and the uppercuts. And then step off, okay? Just don't keep going backwards. Keep pushing him behind your good jab. Up and down. Up and down, okay? You feel all right? Good? He ain't hurt you or nothing.
Jamel, you want to take us through these replays here?
Yes. Let's look at these replays here. You know, you see Davis basically trying to find his range with the jab. You know, but Patera, his defense is tight as well. You know, he's catching them. I mean, that one got in between, but again, you know, he's sharp himself, and he's definitely in good shape, like Chris pointed out earlier as well. And you know, he's here making a chess match so far.
He's fought 160 more professional rounds than has Keyshawn Davis. A ton of experience, albeit against some competition, most competition that American and maybe just fight fans in general. Lewis Ritson was a big win that stands out on his record, a split decision victory that went the 12-round distance. But I mean, like you said, Chris, a lot of people might not know who he is, but he is a tough opponent for Keyshawn Davis.
Yeah, Lewis Ritson, definitely the biggest win of his career at the time. Ritson was undefeated and had a lot of hype behind him. And Patera came in there and upset him, got the split decision, fought very well in that fight. He's actually fighting really well tonight. He looks better than I've seen him from my pay-per-view.
And we also, all three of us heard what Bomac had to say in the corner. Listen, tighten up that defense, because he's seeing the same things that we're seeing. Some of those shots are slipping in, and you don't want to get hit with the wrong shot.
Nice right hand there from Davis.
And Patera looks strong. With the way he's throwing those punches, especially the left hand, looks like it's got some heat on it.
Also, Bomac telling Davis to look for the uppercut as well, as he hooks to the head and then down to the body with the left hand.
And Patera is taking a different stance in this fight than I've seen before. He's very heavy-footed. He looks to counter with power. He's not looking to box. He's not looking to stay on the outside. He's coming forward on heavy feet to throw heavy hands.
And even Keyshawn Davis telling us when we spoke to him this week, he's like, I know he's going to come with that European style. He's going to be herky-jerky. He's going to have the guard, hands up high. But, like, that's not really what we're seeing from Patera at all.
That's not the way Patera fights.
It's like Chris said, he's being really heavy on the foot. Yep. You know, he's not bouncing around a lot. You know, he's sitting on those shots to put some heat on him.
Yeah, Patera's one of those guys, he fights from the high guard defense, so he does blind himself at times, and he will put himself on the ropes, which you saw early on. But these last few rounds, he's been towing the line and holding the center of the ring, throwing big power shots.
Right hand, right hand lands to the body for Davis.
And he's landed it a few times so far in this fight.
Blocking some of those shots too. Defense on display from Davis.
But Patera's doing some awkward things. He doubled up the right hand there, landed the second one. He's doubling up the left hook. He's not making it easy to just do basic rolls to get out of the way. And you see the confidence of Patera growing. He's feeling more comfortable letting those hands go and throw power punches.
Stab jab to the body lands for Davis.
Oh, nice combination.
Big combination from Davis. Has yet to really let the hands fly with a big combination like that.
Obey the bell here.
As you see Keyshawn take a little ring around the rosy, if you will, back to his corner, you can tell that he is starting to turn it up a little bit. Landed a good shot there towards the end of the round, but he did tell us that he's going to reel him in rounds 2 through 4, and then round 5, he's going to turn it up.
Time to turn it up.
So we are approaching round 5. These are from Keyshawn Davis's words.
I'm curious to see if he actually does that, because I think he's already learned that this guy's better than he thought.
Yeah, and it's easy to sit there on a Friday and tell us this across the table, and it's another thing when you get in there across the ring.
It's another thing when left hooks a whizzing by your face, and you're like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'll pick it up in round 7.
Yeah. You're not lying. And we won't.
Maybe I'm not ready yet.
And we won't knock him for that either.
No, not at all. He's got a dangerous guy in front of you.
Stay there to the bell.
Round 5, Keyshawn Davis has landed at a 31% clip, throwing 159 punches. Patera has thrown more punches, but only landing 13% of those shots. Where he's been most effective, though, for Patera has been to the body.
And just a moment ago, you seen Keyshawn and Patera kind of basically throwing their weight around it. You know, of course they will. Oh, just got caught there by that left hook from Patera.
Good left hook from Patera.
Still got to be sharp in here. It's a dangerous man in front of you.
Slip there from Keyshawn as he tries to use some head movement to get out of range. from that left hook that Algeria has been talking about.
That's the punch. He landed a good one on the inside. It's the first real heavy shot that he's landed. Ooh, good body shot too.
Right now, Davis needs to listen to his corner and stay in focus. I know he likes to show off and entertain the crowd at times, but again, this guy is taking this guy in front of him is taking this fight very seriously because he knows how far he can propel in a division like this. And let's be honest, judging what Devin Haney wants to do, those belts as well may go vacant very soon also.
That's a great point. Patera, like we mentioned, he's not a journeyman. He's a guy who's here to win the fight and move on. And hey, listen, he's like, if I could pick up a belt, why not? That's the mindset he has.
Well, 2 regional belts on the line tonight, the WBO Intercontinental and the WBC US NBC titles. That will help him move up in the rankings for sure. Already in the top 10 on the WBO is Patera.
And it's just little subtle things like that, like from Patera, like the little stab jabs he's throwing at times, and it's just little things. And he's keeping Davis honest. He's got caught there, but
down to the body with the right hand goes Davis. You just get the sense though that Davis has not yet turned it on quite fully. He's still in there, still smiling, still can get his shots off when he wants to.
I think part of that is because of Patera, the way that he's fighting. He's not deterred. Keyshawn has not been able to deter Patera from trying to win this fight or trying to land dangerous punches.
And he has tried, but Patera comes right back. So yeah, it's not an easy outing right now for Davis. And again, like Patera, he's letting his hands go, but he's not sloppy.
No,
he's not sloppy at all.
That's why I mentioned that he actually looks better in this fight than I've ever seen him. Because I have seen him get sloppy and fall off balance. Tonight, he's not. Very well prepared for this. Oh, yeah. Will it be enough? That's yet to be seen.
Good fight so far, though. Good fight.
Good combination there from Davis, and Patera fires right back as they jaw a little bit. And then Patera wants to go in for a little push. Perhaps to let him know he's not going anywhere. And there is the look at Shakur Stevenson just a few moments ago.
And that little interaction at the end of the round is very telling for me. That shows you that Patera is very much in this fight. Not
intimidated at all.
Yep.
Thank you. He doesn't care who Davis is, what he's done in the past, or how many medals he's won.
Who's sitting in his corner right now?
It's about now. It's about what's happening right now.
Well, and good on him. That's how it should be.
Yeah. Well, these are the kind of fights that Keyshawn needs. I mean, these are the fights that are going to prepare him for those tough fights. Because I always say, what makes a world champion is your ability to deal with adversity. And a lot of these young guys who come up this way, they don't deal with a lot of adversity.
But not do shit to you.
And not that he's really, and we're not saying that Keyshawn's having to deal with adversity right now by any means. He's landed twice the amount of punches that has his opponent. But nonetheless, he came in here thinking that he's going to walk through this guy, laying out his whole game plan, and that just has not been the case.
Yeah, he pretty much thought that he's going to take away his will after the fourth round, pretty much.
And here we are in round 6, the second half of the fight.
And it seems like Patera is more confident as the fight goes on.
But how many of these rounds have you given to Patera?
I don't want to.
Stop, don't punch. Be careful.
He's very much in the fight.
All it takes is one.
Yes.
Nice little counter there. Open the jab.
Davis.
Right now, he needs to cut the ring off. Cut the ring off, Patera. He went around like 3 laps around the ring.
They literally did a full 360.
I'm sorry, Christine. I got to point that out.
Yeah, no, that's what you're here for.
Nice stab to the body from Davis.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've done it 720 now. They've been around the ring twice.
I mean, we could start playing Ring Around the Rosy if you want. I have a 5-year-old at home, and I would love to hear the nursery rhyme with what we're doing. But then he stops and lands a right hand.
But that's also part of the fault of Patera. He's a one-handed fighter, so Keyshawn can keep moving to his right hand, and there's nothing to stop him.
Away from the left hook, too.
Yeah, exactly. Because Patera has the right hand. He doesn't leave it, doesn't throw it. It's not the same kind of punch. I wouldn't be surprised if he was left-handed.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Just like Oscar De La Hoya.
Yep.
It says in the notes that Patera is right-handed but naturally left-handed.
Yep. Yeah, orthodox but left-handed.
Correct.
Makes sense. Ooh. See, that's when Keyshawn has been having the most success, is when he gets Patera on the ropes and lets his hands run.
Yeah.
Because Patera, at that point, does get European. He gets very, very tall, gets his hands up. A lot of torso space for Keyshawn to run those hands up and down. Whereas Keyshawn gets low when he gets to the ropes, ties up, spins, different style.
And even shows a different dimension from being so straight up and like something like a photo. It kind of gives like just the shoulder and a hard target to hit.
Oh, there's that nice left hand, and it connects and scores there for Patera. Davis looking to hold Patera, gets off and gets a right hand grazing the cheek there of Davis in the clinch. Pushes back Patera. Davis looking to score. Some tight defense, though, there from Patera.
Side work from Patera.
Patera gets caught with the counter right hand from Davis. Left hand from Davis scores.
This is the first time I think Keyshawn's been in a fight where he wasn't markedly stronger than his opponent. Patera's in there physically pushing him as well.
Good fight. Don't punch, don't punch. They both had their moments in this round, too.
Double jab from Patera to end the round.
Listen, 31 fights is 31 fights. Patera's 31 professional fights. Keyshawn, this is his 9th professional fight.
Experience.
And it is the first professional fight for George Kambosos with his new team, as he trained the entire time at City Boxing in Las Vegas under the tutelage of his new trainer, Ramon Matthews Jr., who is doing the pad work, and Don House as well. There's a look at Maxi Hughes in his locker room. Josh Warrington on the pads, trained by Josh Warrington's father, Sean O'Hagan, who he's been with for the majority of his career. This 12-round IBF lightweight title eliminator, IBO title defense for Maxi Hughes coming up next. It's our main event. Nice showing so far from Francesco Patera.
And nice showing from Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn Davis, though, doing enough in all of these rounds, likely to be ahead handedly.
Punch out of there, Keyshawn.
But certainly a different fight than he had, I think, anticipated. A lot of dog in this Patera.
Easy. Come on, keep boxing. You gotta keep boxing.
Bomac wanting Keyshawn to keep boxing, maybe be a little bit more active with his hands.
Nice overhand right there moments ago from Keyshawn as Patera pulled back straight up.
I think he wants him to get a little bit busier with his hands here for Keyshawn Davis. That last round, that one caught Patera's attention.
Good changeup from Keyshawn. He was targeting the body for the last 5 rounds, and then now is changing levels and throwing over the top to the head.
See the hand speed of Davis.
Big swing and a miss there from Patera, looking to load up on that vaunted left hook there.
Double jab, double right hand to the body, then back up top.
2 and 3 off the jab, baby. 2 and 3. Keep your defense tight. Keep your feet set.
And this is kind of when you looked at tape on both of these guys too. It's like Patera throws more, but he's not as accurate, and Keyshawn Davis throws less, but he's more accurate of a puncher.
And now he's starting to slowly see the tide change, even though it's hard to believe it took the 2nd round to see, things change up a bit. But you can tell right now that Patera's kind of bothered by that pressure, that mental pressure that Keyshawn Davis is laying on him right now.
Yeah, he's not controlling the center of the ring anymore. He's fighting up the back rope, going back to that left hook, which is his bread and butter.
Yeah.
And up against the ropes where he started the fight early, where both of you warned not the place to be against the fighter Davis.
Yeah, earlier Patera was setting up the left hook. Now he's just letting it go. He's just letting it fly. And that's just not going to work against a guy who's as sharp with his distance the way Keyshawn is.
So Davis strong in that combination, finished with a strong right hand.
Here, Max saying, tighten up on your defense, son.
Got to. But Patera's still dangerous. We can hit the shots with that left hook from here.
Yeah, he's got some pop for sure. Only has 10 KOs in his 31 fights, but looks stronger than that.
He wanted to let that right hand go, did Patera. Kept it at his side.
Nice stab jab to the body there from Keyshawn. Stopped Patera in his tracks and backed him straight up. I think that actually had an effect on him. Big deep breath. This goes back to the corner.
Be careful with it. You see the punches are getting a little lighter, huh? That's because you keep stabbing to that fucking body.
There's a live look at the watch party back at home for Keyshawn Davis, Norfolk, Virginia. To give some love to their Olympic silver medalist and fighter they believe will become a future world champion one day. That 135-pound division, guys, in this sport right now is on fire.
Boxing's on fire. We got a lot of really hot divisions. I've been very, very excited with the way boxing's been going lately. Everybody except the heavyweights. Yeah,
142, 140,
40,
135. 47's about to have finally the undisputed fight.
168,
165.
Like Chris said, though, except the heavyweight. Sorry, heavyweight.
No heavyweight.
We still need that undisputed matchup, guys. We still need that.
Oh, good body shot there for Patera. Slips a nice left hook around the elbow.
And you take a look at a stab jab down stairs from an earlier shot of Keyshawn changing levels with that lead hand.
Yeah, I think that stab jab actually hurt Patera at the end of the last round. People at home, sometimes you may think, oh, it's just a jab to the body. No. Man, that can suck the life out of you.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather was great for using that tool.
Diego Corrales, he sucked the life out of him every round until he knocked him out.
Put some speed on the right hand that time, did Davis.
I like how he's looping it around the gloves now, because when you've got a guy who's got that high guard defense, he actually blinds himself from the right hand, especially the looping shots. That's a nice move to go around the ear, around the glove.
And yeah, his cornerman is special at that with the Shakur Stevenson. Shakur is great for throwing shots around the guard, but not too wide, just enough.
Body shots exchanged there for both fighters.
Body jab there, smart move. When you got a guy with that hand down in front, it's great to hit that shoulder, that elbow, that hard punch.
Hit the joints.
Yep. There's not a lot of padding on those gloves, so you feel knuckles through those things. You can hit a shoulder and give somebody a dead arm.
Today is not the day to talk about padding and gloves and wrapping.
Yeah, right.
If you've been in the Twitterverse today, you've been a lot of hand-wrapped glove talk.
Yeah, you said it last round, champ. He's still dangerous. Patera is. He's throwing hard shots in the middle.
Nice right hand there from Davis lands. Around the guard and then with the left hand, Davis hooks it through. Right hand sends Patera through the canvas.
You good? Walk me. You want to continue?
A lot of time left.
A shot Patera did not see coming. 45 seconds left in the round. Right hook lands for Davis.
Yeah, nice little overhand from Davis there.
Yeah, smart to change it up. It was a straight right hand that did the damage and put him down.
The crowd chanting USA here in Oklahoma.
And going to the body. Only his 9th professional fight, understanding how to finish a guy. That's special.
He's not headhunting. He's mixing it up still. Sticking to another one.
20 seconds left in round 8. Down to the body goes Patera. Back to the jab goes Patera.
Keyshawn still needs to be cautious here.
And he is. He's not rushing. He's taking his time.
Patera's still hurt. Swinging with that left, a good body shot.
Blood coming from the nose of Patera as Keyshawn Davis scores the first and only knockdown of the fight here in round 8.
Hey, Keyshawn's doing what he said he was going to do. Started a little bit later than we thought, but still getting there.
He's getting it done.
I wish they would show the crowd's reaction to the knockdown in that live look, maybe. But let's take a couple looks at the knockdown, Chris.
It's just a beautiful roll counter. Yeah, just he rolled two-handed. He's been doing this all night long. Right, it came straight down the middle. Patera did not see it. He switched up because Keyshawn was landing a lot of the overhand rights that were going around the glove. That was right down the middle, in between the wide left hook of Patera.
He hit it. He hit it. He hit that right hand from the roll. From that second roll, he hit the right hand, and Patera was right there lined up for it. Right there lined up. Yep.
Shakur likes what he's like. He liked the little kick, roll and shoot with the right hand.
And even though that didn't look like a big shot, when you have that roll, it loads the punch. You got that shoulder back, you got that momentum,
it's almost
that body
like
movement.
Cranking you up.
Exactly. So you're creating all that torque in the midsection.
Yes.
So 10-8 round there for Davis in round 8.
Now we'll see what Patera has left. If this is taking the fight out of him, or Keyshawn can really run off and do some damage.
And that knockdown for Patera, he had never been knocked down as an amateur or professional. So very first time he's ever touched the canvas.
Stop. No, that's okay. I'm sorry.
Fortunately for him, about 45 seconds left in the round. He gets up, lands a couple more shots, and has a minute to recover in the corner. But let's see how he's recovered here. Down to the body goes Davis with the left hand. Counter right hand, scores again.
This counter shot is
Davis pouring it on now, left to the body, back upstairs.
That body shot was nasty. Well placed.
Patera on the move, does not want to be up against the ropes right now. Down to the elbow with the left hand goes Patera.
But it shows you that Patera still has his feet underneath him. He's still throwing hard shots. Keyshawn can't just
walk in, just walk to the front door and do whatever you want to do. And he's smart by taking his time and not thinking that he has his man hurt. He's still working.
Round 9 is the farthest Keyshawn Davis has gone on as a professional. That was in his last fight. Anthony Yiggett stopped him in the 9th round. Here we are once again. Body shot lands for Patera with the left hand. Bomac saying he's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's telling his young charge.
I was going to say, you got to cut the ring off, though, but Bomac beat me too. You got to cut the ring off. Don't let him off the ropes. Cut the ring off.
This is more the style that I had seen for Patera from watching other fights. He moved around a lot of lateral movement. A lot more aggressive tonight, but now that he's been hurt, back to his old ways. Oh, good overhand right, perfectly timed.
But he loaded it up. Keyshawn seen it from a mile away.
Straight punches, Patera has no answer for. He's blinding himself with that high guard.
Double jab, 2 uppercuts, and a hook with the left hand.
Referee's looking close.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Referee's definitely making certain his way in.
This would be a very impressive win if he gets a stoppage.
Down to the body with the right hand for Patera.
Oh!
Ooh, Patera went in though.
Good hard shot.
Oh,
another one.
Caught Keyshawn's attention as he kind of looks him off, if you will. Scoring punches nonetheless, though. Patera doing enough to give Mark Nelson something to let him keep him in the fight.
No, Davis was bothered. He was bothered. That's the first time he made an attempt at a clinch.
Coming up on the 10th and final round, the first time Keyshawn Davis has gone to the 10th round.
We're in 10, right? We're gonna get it. Hey, we're gonna get out of here this motherfucker real smooth. We're gonna get out real smooth. Just box this motherfucker. If you see something and you can go, go. But be careful going, okay? All right? You gotta keep your jab in his face. Don't get this motherfucker no confidence. All right? Don't give him no body shots he just do at the end. You don't need that shit, all right? You feel good? All right, come on. Stay with your jab. Stay with your combinations. All right? Keep your hands up.
Touch gloves, baby.
What you see, coach?
Hey, keep working your jab.
Where my piece at?
Run into your counter punches, though. Working your jab, run into your counter punches.
You good? All right. Look good finishing. Look good finish. Right here, coach.
Let's go.
Bomac said to box him. We'll see if he listens.
Like you mentioned before, Patera, he's still a dangerous dude. And I believe that he hurt Keyshawn a bit at the end of that round, because if you notice, Keyshawn went to fully just defense instead of, firing back.
And he tried to tie up.
Oh! Good right hand, left. Connects there for Keyshawn Davis. Down to the body with the left hand. Down to the body goes Patera. Davis did score the knockdown in round 8.
There's that cut off the ring. You hear move to the right a little bit. In the corner of Davis.
Right hand to the body, scores back up top for Davis.
That's something that I thought I was going to see more from Keyshawn, is that peel right hand, because Patera has that high guard.
Nice combination there from Patera on the exchange before last, but just not efficient with the shots. Not many are landing very clean. In fact, only at a 13% clip. He's landed 53 punches compared to 145 from Keyshawn Davis.
And it certainly looks like that too. Yeah. Those numbers sound right to me.
Just out of range is Davis.
Keyshawn showing great reactions there. In the 10th round.
Oh, counter right hand, straight down the middle.
Right on the chin.
That was right in front of us at ringside. Beautiful counter. Patera took that one better than he did a couple rounds ago.
But you see now he's taking the time before he he's thinking about what he's going to do before jumping in there and firing with Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn's so aware. He knows where he is. He looked down at the feet of Patera. Just walking in with his guard ready.
Oh, nice left hook connects up top after throwing the right hand low.
And that's been a weapon that Keyshawn has not really used, because there's an old adage, don't hook with a hooker. So that's when you get hit the hardest. If a guy can really hook or a left hook, you don't want to hook with him. That's why Keyshawn has made the right hand his weapon all night long. They did their homework going into this fight. They knew Patera had a good left hook.
20 seconds left in the fight. Patera still coming through, still fighting, pressing forward, giving Keyshawn Davis, I think we can all agree, a tougher fight than he expected when we spoke to him this week.
Great fight, great learning experience though for Davis for sure.
And Davis gets 10 rounds in the books for the first time as a professional. Solid fight between both men here tonight.
Good fight, good test for Keyshawn Davis.
Much respect between both, as you see a little bit of blood coming from the nose of Patera.
And how about for Francesco Patera? I mean, he showed.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think that
skill tonight.
A lot of people thought he would be standing here at the end of the fight.
He got some heart. He got some dog in him too.
Keyshawn Davis making his way around the ring, raising his hands, knowing that that O is likely going to stay in the loss column and improve his record now to 9-0. But more importantly than just getting the win, it's getting 10 rounds in the bank against a tough opponent.
A tough opponent who's trying to win. Trying to win all night long.
Constantly had to have Keyshawn thinking.
And again, listen, like we mentioned earlier with his Olympic teammate Troy Isley, sometimes it's good to get these rounds in, especially if you want to get, he wants to get to that world title level. This is a great fight to help him get prepared for 12 rounds.
Yeah, there's, and we're giving Patera a lot of credit because there's something to be said about coming here and just trying to survive. Right. He did much more than that. Mark Chinook is getting in position in the ring to give us our official decision. Then we'll take a couple look at the highlights of the fight. Of course, Keyshawn's hometown watch party are all happy to see that their fighter took care of business tonight. The businessman. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds here inside the FireLake Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mike Bauer and David Sutherland both score the bout 100-89. Joseph Mason has it 99-90. for your winner by unanimous decision. And still U.S. WBC and WBO Intercontinental Lightweight Champion, Keyshawn Davis!
Unanimous decision victory for Keyshawn Davis, now 9-0 as a pro with 6 KOs. One judge did give a round to Francesco Patera. Might have been the first round that he's lost as a pro. I'm not sure for sure on that, but he's with Bernardo now.
All the top young fighters at 135 over the last few weeks. How do you rate your performance compared to them?
First, I'd like to thank God for giving me this victory. He brought me here in fantastic shape. My stomach ain't feel the best, but I fought through it, and we got through the win. Tonight, I give myself like a C+, B-, but like I said, we got the win. That's all that matters.
You went 10 rounds for the first time against a fighter with experience, a fighter who came to win. What was the best thing you take from this experience?
Right, I can't really, be too hard on myself if I'm not stopping these guys because they got a way more experience than me. But at the end of the day, I'm beating these guys every round by unanimous decision. So I just got to take my head off for just doing the little things like that, sticking to my game plan, listen to my coaching, and just having fun in there.
Portsmouth, Virginia is celebrating right now your 9th professional win. What do you have to say to them? Because they're all loving what you did.
Hey, Norfolk VA, I know y'all betting state. I'm sorry if y'all bet on the knockout. I messed up y'all fan duels. But look, though, it was a hell of a performance. The crowd in here love me. I know back at home y'all love me. I'm going to be back 2 more times this year. Keep supporting me. The businessman got a long career, and we here to stay, baby.
All right, Joe, we send it back to you.
Always good on the mic and in the ring. Keyshawn Davis, victory number 9 as a pro. And like he said, I'm continuing to grow. I may not knock every one of these guys out, but I'm getting it done in clear fashion. And indeed he did. Your takeaways, Chris, first in this fight?
I think he needs fights like this. I think, not stopping the guy, but dominating the weighted, putting him down. He's never been down. He's never been stopped. And the guy came here to win. He was in great shape. I knew this was going to be a tougher fight than they were anticipating, but I think Keyshawn actually shined. He showed a lot tonight against a very tough opponent.
And as we take a look at the recap through this fight, Jamel Herring, your thoughts on, Keyshawn and also what we saw from Patera?
No, I thought it was a good test. It was actually a great fight to watch. Just from us calling it. And, it's a learning experience, like Chris just pointed out. He needs more fights like this. Again, we all love the knockout. Yes, we love knockouts in boxing, but it's always great to see a young fighter grow and develop over time and be able to test and push himself in matches like this.
And that's what the quote-unquote knock was, right, on Shakur Stevenson early on in his career. He hasn't got his grown man strength. He's not knocking these guys out. He's not going to have this entertaining style. And now he's climbing his way up the pound-for-pound ranking. So as much as we do love knockouts, getting the rounds in, especially at 24 years old in your 9th professional fight, is not the worst thing that can happen.
And we love the sweet science, more importantly. It's all about the sweet science.
And the longevity. These are guys that you're going to see not just for a short time, but for a long time. So his hands were raised then and now, and still undefeated. Little Nod, he said B-, C+.
I can agree with that.
You can be hard on yourself, but I'm okay with that.
I can agree with that. And again, I would say that because he kind of had like a slow start. I thought he kind of played around a little too much in like the first 3 or 4 rounds or so. But once we started picking things up, we started seeing why Keyshawn Davis is so special.
All right, guys, only one fight left on the night, and it is our main event, George Kambosos Jr. versus Maxi Hughes. 12-round lightweight contest. The IBF World Title Eliminator. Maxi Hughes does have that IBO title as well that he's going to be making the 3rd defense of. Like it or not, count it or not, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Still a belt. Let's take a look at George Kambosos, and I'll ask each one of you, Chris, starting with you, what is it that we should expect tonight from George Kambosos in this matchup?
Tenacity. That's what George Kambosos brings to the ring. He is a tough, rough guy. He's explosive. He's tenacious. He's got the body language and the attitude to go along with it. He likes to fight in the inside. He's explosive. He likes to throw combinations. He likes to break his man's will. Just tenacity is really what George Kambosos' style is all about.
Jamel?
I mean, I was going to say ferocity, but yeah.
Well, you take Maxi.
All right, well,
what does Maxi need to do? What should we expect from him coming in?
He has to be a worker. He has to be a worker that he's known to be. He has to basically, grind and dig deep each and every round, because we all know that Kambosos is definitely going to come, because Kambosos feels as he has a chip on his shoulder. So with that being said, Maxi Hughes needs to use that aggression against Kambosos and just, be himself and just box and let his hands fly.
Well, both of these guys anxious for a big win at this point in their careers. Maxi riding a 7-fight career-long win streak, but this would be a big name on his resume. But he's got to go through George Kambosos. Here's a little bit more on a feature with Mark Kriegel and George Kambosos. Take a listen.
George Kambosos just fought the fight of his life. One of the biggest upsets you will see.
Is it him again or him? The champion or the journeyman? And will we ever know if he can fight as well as he talks?
My engine is too much for any of these guys. They will drown, round by round. I've gone so many more levels now. I'm ready for war.
Now the Aussie meets a Brit in Shawnee, Oklahoma.
Maxi Hughes!
No, there's not a punchline there. It's boxing. A title eliminator, actually, and perhaps a way back for George Kambosos. As what, though? Is he the Spartan warrior he fancies himself? Or merely a meal for the young lions in boxing's most dangerous jungle?
I mean, that's a good question. I thought that was going to be more of a conversation, but more or less it was a point of conversation. Is he really an overachiever, or is he really that guy and he's just had met his match in terms of styles against Devin Haney?
Now, it depends who you ask. If you ask him, then, yeah, no, this is where I belong. It was just a tough style for me, and I'm going to get right back to it. But if you ask a lot of his detractors, they're going to say, well, I mean, he lost 2 fights in a row. He hasn't won in 2.5 years. He barely got by a 38-year-old Mickey Bay. He barely got by Lee Selby. So yeah, there's a lot of questions going into this fight.
Yep, and to add on to that as well, like the naysayers were saying, like even with the Teofimo fight, people said that Teofimo wasn't 100% that night, and because of his with asthma and things of that nature and his breathing. So people take that into consideration. So George, George has a lot to prove tonight and moving forward with his career.
All right, well, let's take a look back at the last 2 fights from George Kambosos. It was 2 losses to the now undisputed lightweight champion, Devin Haney. And we're going to talk over this footage here. We're going to look at the first fight and then the second. I mean, kudos for Devin Haney for going over there, taking his belts over there, going over there, taking the deal, 2-fight deal, win or lose, rematch. Just dominated in that first performance. Nobody even really wanted to see the second, if I'm being honest.
I mean, all 24 rounds looked pretty much the same. I mean, it was a nightmare matchup stylistically for Kambosos. Devin Haney put a little more power behind his punches in the second fight, was throwing the right hand more, did a lot more damage. Kambosos took the shots. He's tough. He's a warrior. He's a gladiator. He always calls himself. And he showed it that night, but he really didn't have much in terms of stylistic ability to box along with Devin Haney, who fought really well from the outside, stemmed the flow, the tenacity, the ferocity of Kambosos all night long. But yeah, like you said, tip your hat to Devin Haney. He is one of the best fighters in the world. And Kambosos gave it a hard effort, but not enough to stylistically.
And Jamel, Kambosos telling us, yesterday when we spoke to him, like, guys, I only have 2 losses, and those 2 losses were to one guy, and that guy just beat Vasily Lomachenko. That guy is the undisputed lightweight champ. Like, let's not think that I'm some washed-up fighter or not. I'm going to show tomorrow night against Maxi Hughes that these are not the kind of guys on my level. I'm on a totally different level.
And to add on to that, honestly, both Chris and I, we've been in that situation where you know, they doubt you. They think you just had a, like, you know, say just a lucky night. And so you even when you become the champion or so, you still have to continue proving yourself. And I learned that in myself when I had won my title. It was like, okay, you're a world champion, but now you're not the best in the division in terms of the other teams. So you always got to keep, you know, continue proving yourself and pushing yourself, and that's what makes you know, fighters into great champions though over time.
And that's something in a level that Maxi Hughes is still trying to achieve, riding a career-long 7-fight win streak into this fight and making his U.S. debut. He is more than ready, in his own words, for this opportunity.
I was out of contract with Matchroom. I'm looking for a big fight. None was presenting itself to me. Reached out to Lou DiBella, who looks after George. He had no titles, and I thought he's going to be looking for a big fight. So I thought, throw my name in the hat. Let's see if he takes the bait. Let's see if he wants to fight me. And you know, within a week of me reaching out, we had the offer. It's going to, you know, cement myself on the world stage against a proven world-class fighter in George. My style against his style, my boxing IQ, and how adaptable I am in the ring. I just think I've got what it takes. If George has not done his due diligence, then he's going to be in for a very, very long night tonight.
A fight we believe is a very solid fight for both of these guys. I mean, I think maybe more often than not you would favor George Kambosos, being that he is the former unified world champion, being that his resume has some big names. But these guys' careers have kind of, and resumes have kind of mimicked or mirrored each other in a sort of way. And for Maxi Hughes coming over here for this opportunity, reaching out himself to get this fight from Lou DiBella really says a lot about what he feels like his ability could be and how ready he feels like he is to take the next step.
Yeah, you had mentioned both guys are kind of cut from the same cloth. They're both kind of overachieving underdogs. And Maxi Hughes is riding a long win streak. He's beaten a bunch of guys that he wasn't supposed to beat. And then you've got Kambosos coming off 2 losses. He 24 straight rounds. He pretty much lost coming into this fight. So they're in different places in terms of mindset. And I didn't think much of this matchup. I was leaning, Kambosos is going to go out there and be what he is. Then I watched tape, a lot of tape. Maxi Hughes can fight. Yeah. he's a tough guy to fight.
And remember, he's the one who actually called for this fight. Yeah. He wanted this fight more than anything. And now he has it.
Right there, you can see the tail of the tape. Both guys pretty similar in age, a little bit older for Maxi Hughes. 2-inch height advantage for Kambosos, a 1/2-inch reach advantage. But look at the connect percentage on Maxi Hughes, 40%. That's a very high number. Yeah. 36.7 is very high, and which is higher than the average. But Maxi Hughes is at 40%. Like I said, he's a very slick guy. He's southpaw. He boxes well. He stems the tide very, very well, and it kind of slows the pace down, which is exactly what George Kambosos wants in this fight. A fast pace. He wants to be tenacious. He wants to be ferocious. But Maxi Hughes is very good at slowing down the pace. If he can do that, he can find a lot of success tonight.
Yeah, not to mention that Kambosos' aggressiveness at times, it leaves him wide open to be countered, and we've seen that a lot with the 2 Haney fights. So there's a lot here that for both fighters to expose and basically use against the other.
A look outside the FireLake Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma. I'm sure we never imagined a fighter from the UK and a fighter from Australia fighting in a main event in Oklahoma. But here we are, cowboy hats to boot. Maxi Hughes, ranked number 9 by the IBF. This an IBF title eliminator, said he's made Oklahoma home for the past couple weeks as he has come to the United States ahead of this opportunity to get himself in the right mental state for the test at hand, being that this is his United States debut. He's fought 32 times in his native UK, 1 time in the UAE, and is now finally making his US debut.
And not to mention, he has former world champion Josh Warrington in his corner as well.
He does. He trains under the tutelage of Sean O'Hagan, who is the father of the former IBF world champion Josh Warrington. Working out together, sparring together, and quite frankly, where he's from, there's a ton of sparring that he gets in his home gym. Next, making his way to the ring is George Ferocious Kambosos Jr. 20-2, 10 KOs, the former undisputed lightweight champion. Both of those losses coming at the hands of one fighter, Devin Haney, looking to get back into the win column. His last win was a split decision victory against Teofimo Lopez, upset, if you will, in 2021. He's been a pro for 10 years and believes that bringing his training camp back to the U.S., taking it back to what got him to the highest stage to begin with, which is coming back and training here, was really what he feels is going to make the difference tonight. He's got a new team, he's got 2 new faces in his corner, and he's got a quote-unquote gritty new attitude to go along with what he's learned in this training camp under his new coaches. From a land down under, I mean, you knew. What, I mean, could it not?
He has the movie 300 as the opener because he's actually of Greek origin,
yes,
but he's also lived and grown and born in Australia. Actually, I don't know if he was born there.
Yeah, no, he was in Sydney, New South Wales, to be specific.
So he has a nice mix of the Greek and Australian in his walkout.
Longtime sparring partner of Manny Pacquiao. That's where I first saw him, when I was covering Manny Pacquiao's career in the gym there at Wild Card.
I think that's when we all first heard about him.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll see how he does against the southpaw now as a pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside FireLake Arena here in beautiful Shawnee, Oklahoma. This is boxing. This is Top Rank. Presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you in association by DeBella Entertainment and Ferocious Promotions. Brought to you this evening by AutoZone. Get in the zone. We are sanctioned by the Citizen Potawatomi Athletic Commission. It's Commissioners Joey Miller, Jack Barrett, and Aaron Capps. Your physicians at ringside are Dr. Larry Lovelace and Dr. David Lovelace. Your timekeepers this evening, Ted Van and Julie Sutherland. Your judges at ringside, Joseph Mason, Gerald Ritter, and David Sutherland. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Gary Ritter. And now, to everyone here in attendance inside FireLake Arena, and to everybody watching on ESPN, this bout is scheduled as a 12-round final eliminator for the IBF Lightweight World Title. And as always, this is boxing, this is Top Rank, and oh, baby, this is the main event! Introducing first out of the blue corner, he weighed in at 134.7 pounds. Wearing white trunks with black trim. His record, 26 victories, 5 defeats, 2 draws. 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Making his United States debut, he is the reigning and defending IBO World Champion from Doncaster, United Kingdom, Maxi Hughes. Introducing out of the red corner, he weighed in at 134.6 pounds, wearing white trunks with silver trim. His record, 20 victories with 2 defeats. 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is the former lineal and unified WBA, WBO, and IBF lightweight world champion from Sydney, Australia, George Ferocious Kambosos Jr.
second and fighter only. Okay, gentlemen, this is for the IBO Lightweight Championship of the World and the IBF Title Eliminator. Conduct yourself as champions. You received your instructions earlier. Give us a spirited, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. That's the foul line. That's the foul line. Let's go.
They were ready. He didn't even want to let Gary finish his instruction. They're like, all right, let's go.
Let's get it going.
We both came a long way to get to this point.
That's a great point.
Literally and figuratively. To the middle America.
And the implications in this fight for both men are huge.
Absolutely. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring on the call with you from Shawnee, Oklahoma. Maxi Hughes in the white trunks with the red gloves. Kambosos in the white trunks, white gloves. You see Hughes, a southpaw, that left hand in the rear. Kambosos hasn't fought a southpaw as a professional, although we mentioned spending many years sparring with Manny Pacquiao, arguably the best southpaw ever.
Yeah, that was always surprising to me that he had so many rounds with Pacquiao yet never fought a southpaw.
That's great.
We'll see how he fares, because it is very different. Those punches come from different angles. The places that you're safe are not the same.
I agree.
As a southpaw himself,
from the southpaw on the panel.
Like, it's a lot different with smaller gloves and no headgear too, especially.
See that move there that Maxi Hughes just did? He steps out to his right. We call that staying invisible. He steps outside the lead foot, cuts an angle. He does that quite a bit. It does it really well.
Good counter left hand from Maxi though.
Now Maxi can fight. He's a pretty slick guy. He boxes from a southpaw position very well.
Maxi's been the underdog in his last, 4 of his last 6 fights, you could say. He's on a 7-fight win streak, and those opponents, a lot of people said, don't judge me by my losses. I've got 5 losses as a pro, but those 5 losses have been to guys that have had a 71-4 combined record. 70 wins, 1 loss, and 4 draws amongst those losses.
Yeah, no, he's a time-tested pro. He knows what he's doing in there.
Can't judge his record by its cover.
No, not at all.
And he deserved to be here. He fought his way to his opportunity.
Kambosos, on the other hand, telling us he's looking to make a statement tonight. Looking pretty. Good shot there, lands.
This is going to be a really nip-tuck type fight. These guys are coiled real tight, answering everything immediately.
But that's what I meant earlier, Christina and Chris, when I mentioned that Maxi's best chances is to use George Kambosos' aggression against him, and he's done that so far.
You're absolutely right. You saw that Kambosos kind of stopped to take a picture, and Maxi came right back.
And hit him from an angle that he didn't see coming.
Staying invisible, staying outside that lead foot. That's one of the moves that I noticed when I was watching Maxi's tape. He counters with a rear uppercut really well as he cuts an angle. So he's off over your shoulder, but throws an uppercut to your body, and he throws it in the middle of combination. It's a tricky shot.
And it's effective if you're falling over your lead foot trying to get to Maxi.
That same shot has landed 3 times in round 1 for Maxi Hughes. Let's take a look at the brand new corner for George Kambosos Jr. John House taking the lead. His father, Jim Kambosos, still in the corner, and Ramon Matthews Jr., who came up under the tutelage of Virgil Hunter, in the corner of George Kambosos.
Christina?
Yes, and the corner of Maxi Hughes. Of course, we talked about it before. Sean O'Hagan, who has been with him for many, many years. Josh Warrington, sparring partner and the son of Josh O'Hagan. Warrington himself, the former IBF featherweight world champion.
Hell of a sparring partner.
Trying to call me out, Jamel?
No.
In the corner. You could have just took it from me right there, partner. Round 2 scheduled for 12.
You just sound better doing it. You're better than me.
Okay, all right.
That's also why I didn't step in.
Yeah, right.
You do it a lot better.
IBF lightweight title eliminator as well.
Let's look. That's what Chris was talking about.
And there's that counter shot that didn't look like it landed as cleanly there on the replay.
But he landed it 3 times earlier in the round.
Correct.
Now it's up to Kambosos to make the proper adjustments to avoid that.
You know, Kambosos definitely has the speed advantage. He's got, quicker off that first step. But Maxi is really good at staying invisible, staying outside that lead foot, keeping a distance, controlling the pace. If he can slow the pace down and make this a boxing match, that's going to be his best bet. George, on the other hand, needs to close the distance, be explosive, let his hands go. He needs to make it a fight.
And again, this is what, this is his, fighting against a southpaw. He has to watch where his feet are at also. That's what got him mixed up in the first round. He has to watch where his feet are, because if he falls in, he's lining himself up right with that left hand of Maxi Hughes.
Also seemed like there were times he didn't know where Maxi was. Yeah. And the punches were coming from angles that he couldn't see.
Yeah. Because he's so anxious to get to him.
You see it in his face.
Yeah.
He said a lot on the line for both these men, a lot to prove.
It's for him to make the distance or no use.
Big implications for their futures and with a win here.
It's the counter jab. It's the counter jab for me. George Kambosos, he's throwing the jab from his shoulders. He's not protecting his feet. He's not bringing back to the chin. And what's Maxi Hughes doing? Countering right over it. Ooh.
Locked into a shot there.
Exchange there. I thought Kambosos got the better of that.
He did, with the right hand in particular.
I was more concerned about the heads clashing too there.
Which you see oftentimes in the matchup between Orthodox and Southpaw fighters.
There's been a few times that their heads came close. Yeah. Kambosos, the bigger man, the speedier man.
But Maxi Hughes is sharp. He's sharp in here tonight.
And focused.
Composed.
Focused. Yes. And he just looks like he's very sure of what he wants to do and what he needs to do to be successful.
40 seconds left in round 2.
That was a great ball, though, Champ, about Kambosos and where his hands are coming, punches are coming from.
Maxi's just sneaky, though. He's slipping in those sneaky shots.
Kambosos landing a counter left hand there as Hughes kind of leaned in, lunged in, if you will, with that shot.
Maxi's nothing fancy.
No. Sticking to the game plan. Again. Just missed the uppercut.
Missed with the uppercut there in that exchange.
And again, it's going back to what Chris was saying. Kambosos is the faster and probably has the more pop, of course, on his punches, but Maxi Hughes is more sure of what he wants to do in there, and he's sticking to his game plan. He's not getting out of character. He's not wasting any shots. And he's using the full ring to his advantage.
He gonna run to the right hand. He's there all day.
You use the word compose. That's exactly how he's staying. He's not getting ahead of himself. He knows he has 12 rounds.
He's got it all to do. He's going to look for that body. Make sure you don't get a clean shot on that. Yeah. Oh. Come on, son.
Sounds like they want a little bit more body work from Maxi Hughes in this round.
Yeah, probably take some steam off of some of those shots and, slow George Kambosos down a bit.
Strong jab scores right out the gate for Hughes here in round 3. There's the right hand that scored for Kambosos when it looked like they were almost going to clash heads there.
It also looked like Maxi elbow.
They're going to score the punch or the elbow? Which one?
The punch was much cleaner.
Thank you.
The punch was much cleaner.
For sure.
The punch is what counts.
Exactly. That's why we said he got the best of it in that exchange, at least scoring-wise.
Yeah, Kambosos is throwing a nice, sharp, straight hand, right hand down the middle, which was successful last round. We made a good adjustment in round number 2.
Kambosos got some good southpaw sparring to prepare in Las Vegas. Jesse Magdaleno, one of his sparring partners. Also Emiliano Vargas, who is a good young prospect, also signed a top rank.
That's great sparring. Emiliano is a bad little dude.
Yeah, his whole team said that's a future world champion right there.
I sparred him a few times myself. A little sharp, good kid.
Yeah, those Vargas boys, man, all of them, they can all fight.
Well, look at that is.
Santillan.
Counter right hand.
The uppercut with the hook, followed with the right hook.
Followed with the right hand, yep. And mind you, we're sitting in the Hughes corner, so everything that he throws, you're going to hear and a reaction here from the Hughes corner. But go ahead, Jamal.
You're going to hear the UK, but again,
there it is again.
He's using the aggression, though, like we pointed out earlier, against
you pointed out earlier.
Kambosos looks to shoot an uppercut of his own with the left hand. Go back to the stick goes Kambosos.
Maxi needs to be careful, not go back to the well too often. He keeps throwing that uppercut. Kambosos. Good shot.
As you were telling him.
As I'm telling him, be careful.
Be careful.
You don't want to become predictable. You don't want to throw punches in the same pattern. Every time.
By going back to the well too often.
I mean, a perfect example of that is Leo Santa Cruz versus Gervonta Davis.
Yes, exactly. Get that counter. Too many right hands in a row.
Right hand scores to the body for Hughes.
Yeah. Good body shot inside from Kambosos.
Right before the clinch.
It's great you said that. I was just about to say, I thought George was doing a little bit too much head hunting, but he did slip in that body shot. And Maxi did the same well. And George tied up after that one.
Yeah, it was a good shot.
15 seconds left here in round 3.
Good solar plexus shot.
Yeah, those hurt. Those hurt.
Rounds into the books here, and Chris, you've been scoring the fight so far. How do you have it scored through the first 3 rounds?
I have it 2 rounds to 1 for Maxi Hughes. I gave him the first and the third. I thought Kambosos had a nice adjustment round in round number 2, and then Maxi Hughes, not to be outdone, adjusted his game plan and fought a very smart 3rd round.
Yes.
Looks the way these guys are, there's going to be that type of fight. They're both going to keep adjusting on each other.
That's what it's about when you are at the highest level, making adjustments.
It's a chess match.
I watched a lot of Maxi Hughes this week in preparation for both men, actually. But everything that Maxi does in his fights, he's doing tonight. This is the way that he fights. He boxes out of that southpaw position, moving to his right. He counters with those rear uppercuts. He slips in very sneaky body punches. He fights at his pace. He controls the distance quite well.
Well, and that's one thing that Kambosos mentioned wanting to do is make the fight more at his pace.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking that Kambosos needs to do in order to be effective, is to make that breakneck speed. So Maxi can't stop and think.
There's a look at that sneaky body shot that got in the 2 box there. Go ahead, Jamal.
Another great point is, like Chris had pointed out in the first round, George Kambosos shows his emotions a lot on his face in the ring. Maxi Hughes has kept the same composed face this entire fight so far. So you can never guess what he's going to do. He just shoots it. Just like that, he'll just shoot it. Even if he doesn't land, he'll just shoot it.
Yep, just dip and rip right there. Dropped his head through the hands over the top.
Dip and rip.
Yeah, that's one thing that Maxi actually does pretty good. Actually, he just goes under and he doesn't even look to see where the punch is. He knows where your head is and just throws it there. He can actually punch over it like that. He'll throw over his vision line.
And notice what Maxi's staying at. He's staying in the center of the ring, especially for the judges to see everything. He's not putting something on the ropes. You know, he's circling and he just boxing.
That's smart to do when you don't have power.
Yeah.
The judges have to see all the fine movements that you're doing.
Yeah, Hughes, 26 victories. Just 5 of those have come inside the distance.
But yet he's a top contender.
Oh yeah, and this second part of his career has really been phenomenal.
Well, we're seeing why. I mean, he's very, very capable.
Currently riding a 7-fight win streak coming into this fight. A lot of those fights, he was the underdog, not expected to win.
In and out, in and out.
Especially the last 2.
And where is he back at again? Back in the center of the ring on the logo.
Great observation.
And this is not a big ring. This is not a big ring if you look at it. But he's using it to his full advantage of it.
Kambosos just kind of keeping that jab out, keeping it busy.
But if you ask me honestly, I think George needs to step it up just a tad bit. Because Maxi Hughes, he's finding his rhythm and he's getting better with each round. As where you see George Kambosos, it's kind of the same thing, just looking for the one shot. Trying to set things up with the jab, but looking for the one shot.
Kambosos is falling into the habit that he fell into in the Lee Selby fight. He was allowing him to control the pace and fight at a distance where George was doing a lot of this and not a lot of punching in that fight. The rounds that he lost, he wasn't very active. The rounds that he won, he was pushing.
Pulled out a split decision in that one at Wembley back in 2020.
But this is what we meant earlier. Like, George Kambosos makes a lot of his fights a lot closer than what they needed to be. And they always come down to the last wire on the judges' scorecards.
Listening to Kambosos' corner.
You can fight this guy. You can fight this guy. You're not fighting. You got to go get him. Right now, you're watching this guy too much. You're looking at him too much. Go get this guy.
Coming a little step forward. What he's doing, he's taking a little 2 steps back. And that's where he's going to take that. He's going to step back and he's going to start coming. Back, don't follow him. No. It's up to him to make the ground.
Don House telling George Kambosos, you gotta fight this guy. You gotta fight. Pick it up.
You're just looking. You're just looking at him.
Looking at him outboxing you.
Yeah, right.
You know, there's a lot of posturing, there's a lot of up and down, there's a lot of herky-jerky movements, but, you know, and you look at the punch stats, it actually is reflecting more punches thrown from George Kambosos, although it doesn't necessarily seem like that, but he is landing at a more, Hughes is landing at a more efficient clip, 24% compared to 18% from George Kambosos.
Oh, that was nice.
Mostly because of the jab of Kambosos, that's been the punch that he's thrown the most. 94 of his 146 punches have been jabs.
Maxi Hughes doing a great job of maintaining range.
You know what I like about Maxi Hughes, Chris, that he doesn't get enough credit for right now? He has quick twitch muscles. They're on point. Like, it's like if he sees it, he reacts. He's like that, and it'll land.
We know what it is. What I notice, I call that having no fat on your punches. He doesn't waste any movement, just gets there. Yeah. He doesn't try to hit you hard, he just gets there. No fat on the punches. Elbows don't flare, there's no tell.
Yeah, he's not loading up or anything, he's just throwing it right out there.
Yeah, his style is actually very basic. Everything he does is very, very basic, one punch at a time. But the basics always work.
I was going to say, boxing at its most purest form is when you do all the basic things very well. You jab well, you hook well, you counter well, you are defensively. Shot. That one got his legs on his wobbly a little bit. Now a fight's breaking out in round 5.
And I love Max, he's in and out, in and out.
And look at his face, he stayed completely composed and calm.
Kambosos Jr.'s corner told him, you got to fight this guy. Well, the fight's breaking out here in round 5.
And George is cut again. Cut over the outside of the right eye. He's been bleeding a lot his last couple fights.
Blood dripping from that right eyebrow of Kambosos here round 5.
It's not a good spot because, let's be honest, if he continues getting hit there, it's gonna open up.
That same cut was opened up in October against Haney. It was the left eye against Tiafimo, the right eye 2 other times in his professional career.
And Jamel, you made a great point earlier that Kambosos shows everything on his face, and you can see it right here. He looks nervous and frustrated.
Yes. And it's still early in the fight, but let's be honest, he looks kind of like desperate now, like he needs to make something happen now.
Right hand scores for Kambosos.
Well, he's getting outboxed, and he was hurt this round. So.
Right hand scores again for Kambosos.
Maxi comes right back.
Left hand, good left hand for Maxi, yeah.
Look at that range. That judge of range has been spectacular tonight.
Nice
that was slick.
Left hand.
That was slick.
That wasn't basic.
No, it wasn't.
That was not. That was classy as hell.
That was special.
And that's the thing. He doesn't get greedy either. He just goes right back to what
Hughes you're speaking about.
Yeah.
Yes. Does not get greedy on his move, on his success.
Listen, right now he's just banking in rounds. Like he's not getting greedy, just winning one round at a time and let them all add up at the end. And I just gotta say this though, Christina. Going back to, again yesterday to the fighter meeting, George Kambosos told us that there's nothing that Maxi Hughes can do that he hasn't seen before, or that is outstanding.
That was the shot that rocked Kambosos on his heels. It was a straight right hand that landed directly on the chin while he was throwing a wide left hook.
Yeah.
And Maxi did not get greedy. Threw a couple big shots after that, and there's the cut.
That's the cut.
Overhand right, overhand left rather, going to the southpaw position.
He lined it up, bam! Oh.
That was a great shot too. So he landed two really good right hands, and then blood immediately.
Yep.
So if this fight were to be stopped later rounds, that would be a TKO win for Maxi Hughes, because that was caused by a legal blow.
But he's got stitched around in his corner. I don't see that going down, right? I mean, two of the best cuts in the game.
But if Kambosos doesn't, make an adjustment and keeps getting hit with that left hand, there's only but so much this can do.
Both men just landed good right hands.
Round 6, this one's scheduled for 12. Christina Poncher, Chris Algieri, and Jamel Herring here with you. Our main event tonight, and is what has been a very nice start for the UK fighter, Maximus Hughes. He knew what he wanted. He went after his man. He asked for this fight. He wanted Kambosos. Obviously saw something there. And so far, so good.
Maxi Hughes looking very focused, very dialed in, extremely sure of what he wants to do tonight, and he's been able to execute really well. And we talked about him not having power, but he was able to rock George in the last round.
Just missed. Oh, a huge cut now. Opened up on the forehead.
Bad spot.
Of Hughes.
Yeah, bad spot.
Blood dripping into the eye, the left eye of Hughes.
Yeah, that cut on the forehead.
Kambosos sees blood. That seems to get his gears going a little bit. His cut underneath control.
You gotta watch it. I seen you rock back left. I seen it, George, better watch it.
There it is.
There it is. I seen him looking for it.
George is getting to Maxi though this round. He's landed some good shots. There's another check left hook that lands. George starting to pour on the pressure here.
Rightfully so.
Maxi has been cut before as well in his professional career. Just under a minute left to go here, so has dealt with some adversity. Once on the forehead, once over the eye.
One thing that Kambosos does really well, even if there's not a lot of action, his body language projects someone who's winning the round. He wins moments between action.
Yeah.
One from the minute he saw blood, his demeanor changed. As Maxi Hughes' corner tells him stick to the plan, he's got to change, not you. Nice counter left hand from Hughes. Oh, he gets caught with the left hand from Kambosos backing up against the ropes.
He got hurt.
Answers with his own lead left hand. Hey, since round 5, it's really broken out.
We got a fight on our hands.
Blood has come out from both fighters. Both fighters have been cut now. Neither fighter's been gone, but there's a look at the forehead gash above the left eye.
Just because we talk don't mean you have to go to war. You hear me? We're still doing it round by round. Okay. He's got to chase it.
Tommy McCormick's going to get to work on that cut right now.
Give me a quick look. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry about that. We've still got to do it round by round. Nothing changes. Only taking clear opportunities for counters.
Accidental headbutt. It looks like the referee is saying that caused that cut. We'll give you a look at it right there.
I was going to say, you don't get cuts that look that jagged like that from punches.
Yeah, right.
And from that angle, you don't get forehead cuts that are jagged from punches. They're generally from headbutts.
So Gary Ritter wanted to make sure everybody knew that the accidental headbutt indeed caused that cut, unlike the cut above Kambosos' right eye, which was caused by a punch.
But these guys' heads have become dangerously close. I'm surprised that was the first time that they actually clashed and left a mark. But that's in a really bad spot for Maxi Hughes.
Fighters posturing now here to start round 7.
In the corner of Maxi, they know, they're saying he's going to come. He's got to chance it. They know that he has to come and get closer to Maxi, because from the outside he's being able to box really well. So they're looking for that ability to make him reach and counter.
This is also the first fight under the contract, George Kambosos' contract with Top Rank, and still has Lou DiBella as one of his promoters, but co-promoted by Top Rank. And I just took kind of a glance over at both Carl Moretti of Top Rank and Lou DiBella, and both of them concerned, of course, on their face right now.
Heads again.
As the heads come together, and that time Hughes kind of lunged forward into the arms of Kambosos.
Well, it's when he comes to those counters. Ooh. Left hand. And a jab.
Right back to the basics.
Yep. Back to what was working. Every round that George comes back and gets, Maxi comes back the next round and adjusts.
That cuts back to bleeding again.
Fight's going to get very interesting.
Chopping right hand. Kambosos left hand for Kambosos.
Good heavy shots from Kambosos.
Good jab from Hughes.
Hughes' hand position's getting a little looser though. He's not quite as tight.
Yeah. Not the same snap either. Nope.
Oh, Kambosos getting the better of the two in that exchange, and Maxi Hughes smartly holds.
Holt spun and tried to hit him.
Yeah, sure.
This is a very close round. Both guys having success.
.15 seconds left in the round. Like that from the corner of Hughes. He'll walk to it, Max. He'll do the work for you. Just throw it. Another look at the cut on the forehead.
The cut's not any worse. In fact, it's not really, to be honest with you. What you've got to do, Max, is switch on now and go right back to the beginning. Yeah. Just getting involved a little bit.
I don't know. I think
that step off.
The cut has kind of bothered Maxi Hughes, if I'm being honest.
And make him start
like
again.
Chris had pointed out, he hasn't been tight and as sharp as he was in that last round. He was early in the fight.
You both have had to deal with that in your respective careers, especially in a position like that, right above the eye, where it affects your vision.
You gotta let it go.
It's not an easy thing to have to deal with, especially in the mid-round when it opens right back up and the blood is going back into your eye. You're susceptible.
Very, very dangerous not to be able to see
to those
boxing.
Yeah, hello.
And also,
kind of important, right?
Yeah, and also mentally, it can either go two ways. It can either motivate you to pick it up, or it can discourage you from letting your hands go.
I always like to tell people too that, especially cuts from headbutts, they hurt your brain, your skull. You're getting skull on skull. You can get rocked from a headbutt. I've been rocked in fights because of headbutts.
Well, perhaps to that point, Jamal, the CompuBox numbers backing that up. Round 7 was the least punches thrown from Maxi Hughes of any round of the fight. Just 22 punches thrown in that round.
Good body shot from Maxi.
And a little step on the front foot. That's a good slick move against the southpaw.
Chris, through 7, how do you have this one scored?
I have Maxi Hughes up by a round.
Both fighters looking to jab.
Good jab, and you see Hughes jabbing over that shoulder of George Kambosos.
1 minute down in round 8. Counter right hand from Hughes, and then comes back, does Kambosos.
Left hook, left hook.
Maxi needs to be careful. George does have the heavier hands. In these exchanges, he's going to win out. That was what gave the last round on my scorecard to Kambosos, was the heavier punches.
Nice little adjustment. It looked like he was going out for a body shot, but he looped it over at the right shot, at the right time.
Good little knuckle punch over the top.
Yeah, it's a tricky shot. There it is again.
Get over the shoulder and pop that high jab. Nice feints. Very nice feints. Getting that first move out of the more explosive, faster guy.
And the problem for Kambosos is he's kind of standing too tall against a smaller fighter, which is why it's so easy for Hughes to throw over that shoulder. Because look, he throwing that. He throws it right back. He brings it right back to the stomach.
Oh! There it is again. There's a score with the left hand from Hughes. Kambosos looking to catch him out of position.
Okay, Maxi needs to be careful loading up with those shots. When he's sliding out to his right, he's really difficult to deal with.
And that's just that southpaw jab.
Not a lot of southpaws utilize the jab against orthodox fighters. Maxi makes it very effective.
Well, even that slight adjustment to turn around and kind of hook it a little bit.
Yeah.
Again with the feints and a hold for Hughes. A little forearm to the throat from Kambosos.
You hit a Hughes corner.
Well, I wrote in capital letters from Kambosos' statement on the bottom of my notes because that's what he told us he needs to do and he needs to make. And I'm not too sure this is that statement that Kambosos wanted to make, at least to this point in the fight.
No, and I will say this though, Christina.
4 rounds still left.
Yeah, we got 4 rounds left, but I think just from talking to George yesterday, I think he kind of overlooked and underestimated what he had in front of him tonight. You know, like he thought, because he fought at the highest levels respectfully, that he's seen it all, he's done it all, and there was nothing that Maxi Hughes could do to impress him. But yeah, we've been impressed from what we've been seeing from Hughes so far.
And we were impressed when we watched film and knew what this matchup and the problems that it could possess.
Honestly, I think I felt the same way you were saying about George about this fight. I was kind of looking past Maxi Hughes until I did a good deep dive tape review, and I was like, oh wow, this guy can win this fight.
He snuffed him with the elbow in that exchange.
Again.
All right, round 9 in the scheduled 12-rounder. A back and forth fight between these two. I think you had Hughes up by a round going into the last round.
I gave Hughes the last round, so I got him up by 2 now, 77-75. But I could easily see that 78-74 for Hughes as well. Good feint.
Neither fighter's been dropped in this fight. Neither fighter visibly rattled. Action took it to another level after the 5th round. Both fighters cut.
At this pace, Maxi Hughes is in control.
He's on point. But, like Christina laughed at, when we laughed at earlier in the fight, you know, Hughes' corner told him, hey, he's going to do all the work for you. And Maxi Hughes is sitting there being patient, waiting, and letting the aggression of Kambosos, set him up for his shots.
You know, when Kambosos beat Teofimo Lopez, he showed supreme discipline that night. And Teofimo was fighting off of ego. Yeah. It's almost as if we switched and Maxi Hughes is fighting off supreme discipline.
That's a good point.
And Kambosos is fighting with a lot of ego.
Nice little counter jab again from Hughes.
Kambosos is at his best when he's being explosive and quick and throwing short punches. When he's been winning rounds, that's how he's been winning them.
And letting his hands go.
Yes, letting his hands go.
Because that's what he did against Teofimo Lopez. He let his hands go. Because we know Tio, if you allow Tio, he'll shoot, shine, and flash on you all day. Kambosos fought fire with fire in that fight. Here tonight, it's like he's looking for one shot.
And even though he's the harder puncher, Maxi has just been busier.
And actually been more accurate and honestly been hitting George with more telling blows.
Yeah, the cleaner shots for sure.
Yeah.
I think the only disparity that's been in the favor as far as being busy has been the jab of Kambosos. He's thrown a lot more jabs. They just haven't necessarily been scoring punches. He's just postured with it. That's about it.
Well, I'm looking at the comedy box right now. There's 4 rounds where Kambosos landed 0 jabs.
In and out.
Yeah, he hasn't landed very many. He's just thrown 70. It's not good. Job done.
Big left hook from Kambosos catches.
Music too.
But it's like that's what he's looking for. That big shot.
But look where it came at the end of the round.
In a round where he didn't do a whole lot.
Exactly. And then Maxi Hughes in the end returned 2 shots of his own.
Well, let's start you with him, yeah? He's got to chase this fight now. Yeah? We're nearly there.
You gotta stop letting the hands go there. You gotta stop walking.
Look at the crowd here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. We thought it was interesting because there's not a vested interest for either guy. It's not like the crowd is in one favor of one fighter or another. Judges all neutral.
It's all neutral ground.
Well, except for the British corner. It's very loud.
Right, that is true. And we are sitting in that on that side. Obviously, the Hughes corner very confident in the performance that their fighter has put up thus far through the first 9 rounds of this fight. He does have the IBO title. This is the 3rd defense of that, but likely more importantly, that IBF lightweight title eliminator.
Championship rounds here, 3 to go.
That position that a win in this fight could line you up for both fighters in the top 10 of the IBF. All those belts still being held currently by Devin Haney, but Devin Haney may be heading north to 140 real soon. I guess an extension on the talks between him and Regis Prograis in their camps. So if that happens, these belts, a little warning for the forearm there. But those belts go vacant. You win this fight, you put yourself in the position to try to fight for one of those belts. That's what's at stake tonight.
And that was a good double jab before the clinch from George Kambosos there. We just need more of it.
I was just actually looking at his tattoos on his back, the gladiators, and I'm like, he needs to bring that out for these last 3 rounds, these championship rounds. And that was it. He got physical. That elbow on the inside. I'm gonna make it a little rough. That's okay. You got a guy who's trying to box you, get rough with him.
Use some of the old school tactics.
And the staring contest isn't going to win rounds. He needs to be aggressive.
Because right now, Maxi Hughes can basically win it with just a jab. Pop and go, pop and go. And you know the issue that we didn't see from Kambosos, and which is why he's probably getting countered easily? There's no feints. There's no feints.
Left hand lands there for Kambosos.
That affected Maxi. That was a good left hook.
Because he was way out of position when he missed with his shot.
Yeah, when Maxi loads up, he's out. There it is again. Good right hand from Kambosos. Kambosos having a good get back round. Oh! Again, with the left hand over the top.
Good left hand hook.
He's starting to cut off Maxi's lateral movement.
And bringing him back to where he wants him with that hook.
Nice counter shot landed there for Hughes.
The only faint thing we've really seen tonight has been from Maxi. It would help George a lot.
Body shot lands for Hughes.
George looks the fresher of the two, throwing the bigger shots. He's a lot of movement, but
Right hand scores for Kambosos.
But Maxi threw that slick little uppercut.
He sure did. And we haven't seen that for a while. That was a shot that he was landing at will in the first half of the fight.
This is a tough round to score, but honestly, for me, because they both have their moments.
I agree.
yeah, Maxis are a lot trickier though. The visible ones are
from Kambosos.
Kambosos, yeah.
Oh, not that one. That punch scores there from Hughes. And then a python on it for Kambosos at the bell. Oh, that's a tough one.
That was tough. Chris got that one.
You're looking at this kid too much. You're looking at him.
You're looking at him too much, Coach said.
You're in shape. Go to work. You got the hand speed. You got all the combinations you know how to do. You need to go to work.
Again,
right?
you need to go to work. The same message over and over from the corner.
Only reason why this kid is still here because of you. You need to go to work.
Yeah, but no technique.
Look at them hands go. Let them
Go to work, let your hands go, but no technique. How? I got a guy who's boxing and moving, Coach. How do I get to him? That was actually the punch actually didn't land. It hit the shoulder.
Yeah, it was
a nice spray. It looked like a good shot.
And he just got out of range by slightly moving his head back there.
But that was smart Hughes. He fell in. Just grab onto something.
That cut over the eye of George Kambosos has not been a factor at all. Stitch doing a great job closing that cut up.
Some of the things that Kambosos told us was, I want to make a statement tonight. He's going to be a punching bag. My skills are on a bigger level. There's nothing he can do to stop what I'm bringing. This is how confident that Kambosos was coming into this fight, and how he was confident that he was going to be able to prove that his skills were on another level. I'm not seeing that.
I don't know in terms of a punching bag, but it seems like he's punching at a fly at times because he'll swing and miss.
And of course, we all know Kambosos is confident and can talk a good game. What everybody is still not sure of and doesn't know is how good Maxi Hughes can be, which is why he continues to be on the underdog side of all these fights, but yet gets the win. It's like, when is he going to get the credit or the just due for how good of a fighter that he is?
Yeah, that was the thing when I did my review for this fight. It wasn't any knock on Kambosos. It was actually giving credit to Hughes.
Good shot from both. Good shots from both.
We're in the corner of Maxi Hughes, and we can hear the instruction. They have a good game plan, and they are executing. They understand what they have in front of them.
And yeah, at one point he's listening. He's listening to what the corner is saying as well.
Kambosos gets a tiny bit of momentum, and then it just lets it seep away. He hasn't been able to build and build and build on any of that momentum that he's got.
He can make up more ground because he does have the power advantage, so when he does land, it has more of an effect. But Maxi Hughes banks a lot of these seconds and minutes of every round.
Either guy has thrown a lot of punches this round.
Oh!
That shot partially blocked with the right hand of Kambosos.
I think Kambosos really missed an opportunity because Maxi was starting to slow down in some of those middle-late rounds. And he's kind of pushed off the gas, allowed Maxi to get back in.
Just like that.
Shot.
Against the advice of his own corner.
But again, it's like Chris said though, like you saying let my hands go, but how do I get to this guy? Do I cut the ring off? Do I jab my way on the inside? How do I get to him to let my hands go?
Well, something George did on his own, the corner didn't say it. He was throwing it to where Maxi was moving to, and he ran him into a few shots. He stopped doing that. But if the coach were to say that, hey, throw the left hook a little bit to the left as he moves that way. Throw the right hand a little wide and a little long. Anticipate his head clap. Bang.
Yeah, I'm glad I kept that around. And now that you mentioned the head clash, can we give credit to both cutmen?
Yeah, for real.
They definitely stopped the cuts.
Agreed. Non-factors.
Yeah.
Go to the 12th. And fire! You got a boxing scene. Finish this show out strong. Don't overstep the right hand. Don't overstep the punch. You're overstepping that right hand all day long. Basic boxing. Jab, touch, right hand, left hook. Just basic boxing.
He was under the tutelage of Javier Centeno.
You know,
his last few fights, the Haney fights. New corner. Do you see anything new? Do you see anything different? Because I don't see any. And I'm not saying one fight he's going to look like a drastically different fighter. Like, let's be realistic about it. It takes time. But some of the things that he told us that he wanted to work on, I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, but even the things that he said he wanted to work on was just basically being more ferocious. I don't see a lot of, this isn't the wrong kind of fight for that. Or at least beat more of that.
It seemed like more of a decline, even from his last 2 fights, which were competitive with losses. But it seemed like he was more aggressive in those fights than he is tonight against a much smaller man.
Much smaller man with less power.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. He's not elusive or as a Devin Haney.
No. You don't have to deal with that physicality either. Haney's long.
Left hand scores once again for Hughes. The 12th and final round, a forearm to the neck from Kambosos.
Not one complaint from Maxi Hughes.
No.
Not one.
Ever.
And you know what? You mentioned it earlier, and it's rang true through 12 rounds. His face, his composure, his demeanor has been absolutely the same.
Stone cold. Another good right hand.
And it's crazy because, like, when you look at him, it's like he's looking down at his trunks.
He does look down.
Some more sneaky shots.
He's not looking at the face of Kambosos at all. It's almost like
the body.
He's watching his hips.
I said that a few rounds ago. He doesn't need to see where his punches are landing. He knows where your head is. He knows where your chin is. He is very accurate. Kambosos is still explosive. He still looks fast. His conditioning has been good, but he's just not stepping on the opportunity enough. There's a good right hand.
Like the defense, offense, defense from Maxi though. He's waiting. He's waiting.
And you hear the Hughes corner saying, "Don't give this away. This is your fight, Max." It's got 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this one.
You know what I love from Maxi's corner though? Every time, no matter how big the punch is, when he lands, he makes it known. Yeah, they make it known, and that can influence the judges as well.
Good left hand from Kambosos, a little right hand over the top. Answer from Maxi Hughes, but Kambosos got the better of that.
Good counter left hand for Kambosos in that exchange. He threw that left hand.
We need more of that. We need more of that.
You need that aggression, that ferocity.
That shot misses. That shot misses there from Hughes. 30 seconds left now. Kambosos corner egging their fighter on. Come forward. Press.
Kambosos needed to do this earlier. He's having a lot of success right now.
And it's crazy because this is what me and Christina meant. Like, we see a lot of fighters that wait the last round to finally do what they should have been doing the entire fight. Is it too little, too late?
Kambosos looking to swing wildly, looking for anything to connect. He raises his hand. Hughes raises his hand. They come together and embrace, and this one's going to go to the scorecards here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Good, solid fight as Maxi gets raised up onto the shoulders. Josh Warrington's got his cowboy hat on. They're throwing him a flag from the stands. Chris, your scorecard before we get the official one.
115-113, Maxi Hughes.
That means it's close.
It's close.
That sure does mean that it could very well be close on these judges' scorecards.
I will say this, how much you want to bet there's at least one draw on a scorecard?
I don't want to bet anything. This is boxing. This is scoring. I don't bet. That's why I don't. Jamel, who do you have winning this fight? I know you didn't score round by round.
I'm actually in agreement with what Chris said. I thought Maxi Hughes.
7 rounds to 5, Hughes.
Yeah, he was just the the busier fighter, and he stuck to his game plan the whole entire fight. Whereas George Kambosos at times, he kind of fought in spurts. He had his moments, but it just wasn't consistent.
All right, let's take a look at the recap and the replays here, Chris, through this one.
Yeah, it was a classic contest. A lot of boxing from Maxi Hughes, and a lot of ferociousness and tenacity from Kambosos at spots. But it was a very nip-tuck affair. Maxi Hughes boxed really, really well. Was using that invisible stance to stay outside the lead foot of Kambosos, boxing well, using those nice little jabs, straight left hands down the middle, not getting too greedy with his shots. Kambosos just not pushing enough pressure, not using his explosiveness and his power. I had Maxi Hughes winning this fight closely, but I think that it would be tough to give it to Kambosos.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, I think it's one of those things like you just pointed out. I think it'll be tough to say like, listen, Kambosos seemed more in control in this fight. So yeah, I get what you're coming from.
Yeah, control's a good word, because Kambosos was not in control for the majority of this fight.
Right.
All right, the judges have their scorecards tallied up. Mark Chinook is in the ring right now, ready to give us the decision. Again, this one goes the 12-round distance. We'll go to the scorecards. There's another lightweight sitting behind us right now, Shakur Stevenson, waiting to see what happens with this. He's in that division. Keyshawn's in that division. Maybe Teofimo Lopez is watching this fight right now. Angry, upset, mad that he doesn't have a shot at that get back with Kambosos. So we're just waiting for the network here in the U.S. to give us the word, and then we'll go up to Mark Chinook for the official decision. Either way, it was a close fight, that's for sure. From the body language of the two fighters, I mean, it looks like at first Kambosos was, happy, had his hands raised and everything. Now he's kind of walking around. It's Maxi with the cowboy hat on and getting an ovation from the crowd. Good outing from both Maxi Hughes and George Kambosos, but I think that, Maxi Hughes tonight gained some fans, that's for sure.
Boxed very smart, fought a very disciplined fight. They knew what they wanted to do coming in here. They executed for a lot of this fight. But listen, Kambosos is an explosive guy, definitely the heavier-handed of the two. So a lot of times when they're in exchanges, you're going to lean towards the guy with the power.
And let me mention CompuBox as well. George Kambosos Jr. did throw more punches, 471 punches thrown from Kambosos, 338 punches thrown from Maxi Hughes. Hughes landed at a higher clip, 29%, only 19% of the punches landed from George Kambosos. And, just kind of interesting to see here what the judges are going to score some of these rounds that were close, or depending on where you were sitting, we thought the punches land. We see in the replay, that didn't quite land. He was just out of range on that shot.
Now, it depends on the judges. What do they like? Do they like the guy who's busier, like the guy that's boxing? A lot of times, judges don't like guys who are backing up.
I'm looking around, everybody's on their feet.
I know, there's a lot, we are waiting too.
Everybody's on their feet. I'm kind of nervous.
All right, let's go up to Mark Chinook, who is standing in the ring with the decision. Oh, it's because Mark Kriegel's talking at the set still here with ESPN. That's the holdup. They're finishing up a piece up there. Because I'm like, let's get to it. I'm anxious as everybody else right now to see what happens.
I mean, the fighters don't look as anxious as I think they should be. Both of them look pretty confident.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds here inside FireLake Arena in Shawnee, Oklahoma, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. David Sutherland scores the bout 114-114. Joseph Mason, 117-111. Gerald Ritter, 115-113. For your winner by majority decision, George Ferocious Kambosos Jr.
Wow. George Kambosos Jr., your winner tonight by majority decision, and the look of disgust on the team, on Team Hughes. 117-111 for Kambosos.
Who the hell was watching that fight?
117-111.
That's ridiculous.
That means you gave Maxi 3 rounds. 3 rounds.
That's crazy.
114, 114, 115, 113. Either way, you had it 115, 113. Fine.
Even 114 would have been cool with me across the board. Let's be honest. It was a close fight, but come on, you only get that man 3 rounds. That's ridiculous.
That's wild. That's wild. 117, 111. That's.
You know what? Maxi Hughes was ready to walk out of this ring, walked through the ropes, turned around, and came back to give his props and his respect to George Kambosos Jr., who was your winner tonight, improving his professional record to 21-2 with 10 KOs. But you can't help but feel for Maxi Hughes. And this is, look, the neutral site for both guys. Neutral judges. It's supposed to be outside of it being on a top-ranked card, if you will.
But inexperienced judges, let's call it for what it is, inexperienced.
Judges Joseph Mason, Gerald Ritter, and David Sunderland were your judges this evening.
State of Boxing, Bernardo Osuna alongside George Kambosos. George, your assessment when you hear the crowd's reaction to your majority decision win?
We won the fight. We won the fight by many rounds, but that's no discredit to Maxi Hughes. You know, he had a couple good rounds, but a couple good rounds doesn't win your fight. We won the majority of the rounds, and look, that's the reason we chose him. It was a hard test. A lot of guys coming off losses wouldn't want to take a test like him. A champion, a guy who's been on a big win streak, and he's rated all over the sanctioning bodies. You know, inside the top 10 of the Ring magazine. This was a hard challenge, and big credit to Max Hughes. I got through this fight. You know, I believe that the majority of the rounds I won. And look, this is a movement into the next step.
What do you need to work on just based on what you saw in this fight and what Don House was telling you in between rounds?
I got to get more greedier. Look, he done his movement and he wasn't too much engaging, but that's the way he fights. We knew he was going to be a tough challenger, but styles make fights. So I got to be more greedy with these guys and let my hands going.
There's a lot of great boxers in this 135-pound weight class. One of them is here, Shakur Stevenson. There's also Vasily Lomachenko, the other man that you say that Top Rank owes you because of what happened once you signed the fight to fight Loma. What do you want next?
Look, styles make fights, and we're happy to get this great win tonight, pick up this new world title to add to the collection, and we'll sit back with the team. But they're great fighters. Shakur Stevenson's a great fighter. Vasily Lomachenko will do it many times, and I believe that's you know, the next fight to be done.
Would you consider giving Maxi Hughes a rematch?
Look, this is for the IBF eliminator. So our next step is an IBF World title, but I go out and get that IBF title. I know he's going to bounce back. He's a tough challenger. This guy, because he wasn't as known in the world, don't discredit him. He was a tough challenger, and it was an honor to share the ring with him. And yes, if the opportunity is there, yeah, we'll give him another rematch.
Look forward to seeing you soon. Once again, Maxi, if you don't mind, coming right in here. Your thoughts, apart from when the crowd giving you their love.
They know.
What are your thoughts when you heard majority decision for George Kambosos?
It were a bit of a kick in bollocks, if I'm honest. Sorry for swearing, but now I feel pretty stupid stood here in a cowboy hat. But yeah, I'm absolutely devastated. You know, nobody knew I wasn't supposed to be in George's league tonight. Showed I should have had my belt coming home. You know, should have had my hand raised. But I know I don't want to take George's moment. I'm gutted. Yeah.
Walk me through how you were able to box tonight, because it seemed like you were dictating the pace of the fight. You were controlling the outside foot. Walk me through what you thought you did well tonight against George Kambosos to take away the victory.
My feet, my footwork, making him miss, making him pay. Landed the cleaner shots, not getting hit by the cleaner shots as well. So, yeah, bit of everything, as my wife says, shouting. Yeah, I don't want to, I don't want to sound like a sore loser, but when I watch it back, assess it. But everybody here now knows who Maxi Hughes is, getting lots of cheers. So, thank you, Oklahoma. Thanks for everybody cheering me on and coming to support the fight. So, thank you.
117-111 is a ridiculous scorecard either way. 115-113 and 114-114. Do you regret not going after that 12th round and maybe you get out of here with the draw?
I thought I was doing enough. I was listening to instruction and just doing what I felt. I don't know what the judges were saying, but I did what I was asked of.
What's next for you? What do you want to do in this loaded lightweight division where you showed you have the class to be?
Want to earn the dollars, I'm to provide for my family, show everybody who Maxi Hughes is, show how good I can be, and earn the money. So that's what I want to do. But we'll see what's next.
I know the kids are waiting back home. They'll enjoy seeing you. Thank you very much, Maxi.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, Joe, we send it back to you, but we've got Shakur Stevenson just moments away.
Well, obviously a disappointed Maxi Hughes, but still a class acting. I don't want to take away George's moment, but I'm gutted. And I took a quick glance through Twitter, and it seems like everyone was in agreement with you, Chris, and you, Jamel, and us here on the broadcast. Even the local broadcasters here in the States, ESPN, had Maxi Hughes winning the fight. So either way, I agree with what Bernardo said, 117-111, either way is too wide of a scorecard.
But like Jamel and I were saying, it's hard to give that fight to Kambosos.
That wide.
Yeah, well, that wide, forget it. But even in general, I thought Maxi Hughes won that fight. He won more rounds. He won more time.
I'd have been fine with the draw. But to have it that wide, nah, I didn't see that fight. And there's no disrespect to George. George Kambosos is not judging the cards.
Right.
He's not scoring the fight, so I'm not knocking him. But at the same time, it's come on, man, we got to start holding some of these judges accountable for these cards.
117-111. You're not even watching the fight. You wrote your scorecard on the way here. At that point.
Well, for as many steps as we take forward in making great fights and matchups, you can't help but think it takes a step back every time you hear a scorecard like that. But either way, great performance from Maxi Hughes. George Kambosos, the winner tonight, improving to 21-2, gets back in the win column. For my partners, Jamel Herring and Chris Algieri, my producer and director, Marty Corwin in the truck, our entire crew, thank you for joining us. We'll see you live from Japan in just a few days. I'm Christina Poncher. Thanks so much. Obviously, the Hughes corner very confident in the performance that their fighter has put up thus far through the first 9 rounds of this fight. He does have the IBO title. This is the 3rd defense of that, but likely more importantly, that IBF lightweight title eliminator.
Championship rounds here, 3 to go.
That position that a win in this fight could line you up for. Both fighters in the top 10 of the IBF. All those belts still being held currently by Devin Haney, but Devin Haney may be heading north to 140 real soon. I guess an extension on the talks between him and Regis Prograis in their camps. So if that happens, these belts, a little warning for the forearm there. But those belts go vacant. You win this fight, you put yourself in the position to try to fight for one of those belts. That's what's at stake tonight.
And that was a good double jab before the clinch from George Kambosos there. We just need more of it.
I was just actually looking at his tattoos on his back, the gladiators, and I'm like, he needs to bring that out for these last 3 rounds, these championship rounds. And that was it. He got physical. That elbow on the inside. I'm gonna make it a little rough. That's okay. You got a guy who's trying to box you, get rough with him.
Use some old school tactics.
The staring contest isn't going to win rounds. He needs to be aggressive.
Because right now, Maxi Hughes can basically win it with just a jab. Pop and go, pop and go. And you know the issue that we didn't see from Kambosos, and which is why he's probably getting countered easily? There's no feints. There's no feints.
Left hand lands there for Kambosos.
That affected Maxi. That was a good left hook.
Because he was way out of position when he missed with his shot.
Again, when Maxi loads up, he's out. There it is again. Good right hand from Kambosos. Kambosos having a good get back round. Oh! Again, the left hand over the top.
Good left hand hook.
He's starting to cut off Maxi's lateral movement.
And bringing him back to where he wants him with that hook.
Nice counter shot landed there for Hughes.
The only feint thing we've really seen tonight has been from Maxi.
Yeah.
It would help George a lot.
Body shot lands for Hughes.
George looks the pressure of the two, throwing the bigger shots. He's a lot of movement, but
right hand scores for Kambosos.
But Maxi threw that slick little uppercut.
He sure did. So we haven't seen that for a while. That was a shot that he was landing at will in the first half of the fight.
This is a tough round to score for, honestly, from me. But they both have their moments.
I agree.
Yeah, Maxis are a lot trickier though. The visible ones are
from Kambosos.
Kambosos, yeah.
Oh, not that one. That punch scores there from Hughes. Another button on it for Kambosos at the bell. Oh, that's a tough one.
Chris got that one.
You're looking at this kid too much. You're looking at him.
You're looking at him too much, Coach says.